Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of August the 22nd, 2023. Commissioner Bonilla is not going to be able to join us this morning, so I am going to introduce the person who she has invited to come forward to give the invocation. Following the invocation, I'm going to ask Commissioner Gomez-Cordero if she would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And then after that, our Communications Division Manager, Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, will read a proclamation recognizing Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Awareness Month. And then we will also do a career showcase subsequent to that. With that, let me introduce the person who is going to come forward with the invocation this morning, and that is Reverend Margalie Belizaire, who will be leading us in a moment of reflection and connection as we begin today's meeting. Reverend Belizaire is dedicated to serving others and fostering a sense of unity and has touched the lives of countless individuals. She leads the First Unitarian Church of Orlando, where love is the foundation of her faith. She previously served at the Unitarian Church of Rochester in New York. However, she was raised right here in Florida. She recently returned to the Sunshine State after spending most of her life in the North. Throughout her life and ministry, she has been guided by three essential values: connection, authenticity, and risk-taking. Reverend Belazer's dedication to serving others and fostering a sense of unity has touched the lives of countless individuals. Without further ado, I invite you to join me in welcoming a true servant of the Spirit, a guiding light in our community. And Reverend, you now have the floor. And after the invocation and the pledge, I'm going to come down and we'll take a photograph. So if you'll just stand by for that. And with that, we'll begin with the invocation at this time.
I invite you to get your body as comfortable as you can and close your eyes if that feels good for you, or have them at a soft gaze in front of you. Just take a deep breath together. And a second one. Bringing ourselves from the extraordinary from the ordinary to the extraordinary as we set about to do the work of the people. Spirit of life, spirit of love, spirit of gratitude, God of many names or no name at all. We come before you today as we are about to begin as servants of this city, a servant of this county, to do the work of the community. We ask that you guide our words, you guide our minds, our hearts. You keep us with an open mind and open heart to hear one another, to set our own egos aside and truly hear what needs to happen here, truly hear from everyone. May all of those, especially the public servants in this room, be blessed. May you always know that your work is appreciated, even if it doesn't always seem so. And as you put your best foot forward, as you do your best, as you allow yourself to be guided by what is just and what is right, also be sure to set time aside for your own care. Remember that you cannot serve from an empty cup. You must always be about filling up your cup so that you are able to serve the people to the best of your ability. Thank you, God. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you, the Divine, for allowing us to do this work that we all love. And may we all be blessed. And may we know that we are blessings to everyone. May it be so. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, time for the picture, the photograph. AJ, where's our new photographer? AJ? AJ? One more, Mayor. There's one more. Thank you so much for the wonderful prayer. Thank you very much, Mayor. As the Mayor said, we do have a proclamation today for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. And the proclamation reads, whereas fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, FASDs, is the umbrella term that describes the range of effects that can occur to an individual who was exposed to alcohol before birth. And whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, it is estimated that 55 to 59% of pregnant women aged 18 to 44 use alcohol during pregnancy, which can cause lifelong impairments, preventing individuals from living independently. And whereas according to a study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, FASDs affects 1 in 20 children. And whereas as many as 60% of adolescents and adults with an FASD have contact with the criminal justice system, a rate 30 times higher than the general population. And whereas raising awareness of FASD can potentially prevent physical, behavioral, and learning disabilities, and whereas refraining from all types of alcohol in any amount is recognized by medical professionals as a fundamental element in protecting infants against FASDs, and whereas early screening, identification, and treatment of affected individuals can improve a child's overall development, and whereas it is important to increase awareness of how FASDs may present in individuals across their lifespan and the ongoing need for services and support. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of September 2023 as Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorders Awareness Month in Orange County, Florida, and invite residents to show their support for those impacted by prenatal alcohol exposure by wearing red shoes or clothing on Friday, September the 8th, 2023, in observance of Red Shoe Rocks Day. Done and ordered this 22nd day of August, 2023, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation and delivering a few brief comments is Spencer Munns. Mr. Munns, from the law firm of Bogan, Munns & Munns. Mr. Munns.
Mayor Demings and Commissioners, thank you so much for this. I didn't realize that this many people were going to come just for this FASD proclamation, so I wasn't quite prepared for that, but I'm going to try to be brief. By the numbers that we just read, if there are 100 people in this room, 5 have a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and of those 5, 80% of them are undiagnosed or misdiagnosed. So 4 out of the 5 don't know really what their disability is. This is why we refer to it as an invisible disability. And there are ripple effects of that disability that at times seem invisible to others. The impacts on the families of the kids that struggle with disability, on their caretakers, on the impacts on their friends, on their cousins, their teachers. But I also wanted to today talk about impacts that will probably be invisible to our mayor and our commissioners. And that is the thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people impacted by this disability. Whether it's the child struggling through therapies, the kid not fitting in at school, having behavioral challenges, the high school kid, 60% of them having contact with the criminal justice system by the age of 12, the single or the young adult struggling to make their way in society. feeling like a square peg trying to fit through a round hole. What you won't see is those thousands and tens and hundreds of thousands of people. When they hear about this proclamation, it's a shot in the arm. You might not see it, but I hope you all know that when they hear about it, in that moment, that day, they'll have a little extra pep in their step, and they will see a green shoot. They will have a ray of hope. They will feel like they're going to make it, that their kids are going to make it. And it's so very impactful. So really this is a message of brighter futures for those impacted by FASDs. And we thank the mayor and the commissioners. My wife and I, in our advocacy efforts, are very proud to say that we're Orange County residents. And I hope everyone here knows that our personal experience, we've met with every commissioner. Every single one of them, to a person, has been generous with their time and has said, how can we help? And they've shown that empathy, they've understood, and here they are as our leaders taking action. So we thank you for leading the charge, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munns. Thank you, Mayor. And now we move on to a presentation on the Mayor's Career Showcase. In June of this year, Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings directed staff to collaborate with Career Source Central Florida in providing a paid summer experience for high school students to learn more about Orange County careers. Nearly 40 students had the opportunity to experience all of Orange County's departments. The program is just one part of the overall job training and workforce development strategy led by CareerSource and funded through the Federal American Rescue Plan. Here today to share about the Career Showcase and its success is Tadar Muhammad, Chief Operating Officer for Career Showcase. Mr. Muhammad.
Good morning, Commissioners and Mayor Demings. Happy to be here on behalf of Pam Neighbors, who is on a wonderful vacation at the moment. Happy to share a little bit with you about our Level Up Orange program and all the great things that we've done. I'm joined here by Nilda Blanco, our Senior Vice President, and we'll walk you through a couple of slides, if we could. This, oh, got it. All right, so a couple things just to sort of frame out what we're tasked to do initially. And these initiatives, as you can see on the screen, really talk about the investment that you made to us in federal dollars for CareerSource Central Florida. We're designed to help residents overcome the employment challenges that we see and help the businesses find talent. Those were our two areas of focus. And those eligible participants received everything from free career coaching, job search support, as well as paid college and technical training and internships. So that's what we've been doing. And to highlight one in particular, I want to basically show you a video of some of the things that has happened over the summer.
Great. Well, thank you so much for letting us share that with you. This is really a combination of a lot of different activities. About 30 Orange County residents went through. Our young people were anywhere between the ages of 15 and 18, and they participated in a lot of collaborative activities, both with our team and also the county team. And we're very thankful to all the team members who helped us put together these great activities. The purpose was really to expose our young adults to all the public sector roles that you can see in government. And so through 4 weeks, they worked through all these activities. They spent 40 hours a week really learning about how to understand public sector, how to really understand what it takes to become an employee in county government. We had a lot of students who never knew that these jobs ever existed. It was a great experience for them, and we hope to make sure that we're able to replicate this going forward, which has been a great innovation for us with the investment that you made in CareerSource. Just big picture, this is just one activity of a lot of different activities we're offering to residents. When we worked with your team to identify some goals for this project over 2 years, our goal was to reach 8,000 residents around career awareness and employment and training supports, and to date we've reached more than 36,000 individuals through all of our outreach, awareness, and marketing efforts. We wanted to serve 2,500 residents. We're at 1,939, so we're engaging many residents on employment and training activities and what options they have for employment. We have a goal of placing 1,600 individuals in great jobs in our region. To date, we've placed 746. We have a lot of individuals who are currently in training, and so we're looking forward to them to complete their training, hopefully in the next 2 quarters, to move them to great jobs. And our goal was half of those individuals that we placed in employment or helped obtain employment, that they would be earning wages of $15 or more an hour. To date, of our goal of 800, we have 644 individuals who are earning wages of $15 or more per hour. So again, thank you for your investment in CareerSource, and we look forward to coming back and telling you more about the impact we're making with your residents.
Really quick. So what's next? A couple things that we've identified for what's next is you've heard from Nilda talk a little bit about sort of those workforce services, and we'll continue to work with those individuals as we continue. One other area of effort that we're working on is specialized populations. Pilot programs that we're working on right now are those involving justice-involved older workers, veterans, and individuals with unique abilities. More to come on that. But as a pilot program, we're partnering up with Operation New Hope and others to help provide career workshops in the community to help those individuals that may have some barriers to employment to help them get there. Next, we're working with Learning Sciences, so we're working with emerging industries. We just concluded about 3 of our industry roundtables to find out what those future-facing job opportunities will be and the skills required. So we've been starting that project just a couple weeks ago. We'll continue on with a couple other industries, and then we'll conclude with a report and some other innovative things coming your way as related to learning sciences. Another one is a high school expo. So we're working with 4 Title I high schools, working with Orange County Public Schools. We're in the midst of that partnership right now, scheduled to launch over the next couple of months, where we talk about exploration and career explorations within those Title I schools, high schools, working with seniors to give them career opportunities, but then also lending that to internships starting in the spring. And last but not least, we are continuing our work with the Public Sector Academy and the Career Showcase that you just saw to sort of give another opportunity to those that are a little bit older, so those that are young adults looking to sort of help and support them too. And that is what we're working on. So look forward to coming back to you within the next year or so, just to give you some more updates as to Level Up Orange and the work that we're doing. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
She look cute too.
right, those were two great presentations this morning by different constituency and advocacy groups from our community. Thank you, Reverend, for your presence this morning. It's up to you whether or not you want to stay for the remainder. If you must leave, this would be a good time to be able to do so. We're going to move forward on our agenda with public comment. I'd like to invite members of the public present to come forward regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. There are certain matters, however, that are more appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period this afternoon. These matters include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should be brought to another board. This afternoon, we will solicit public input during each public hearing scheduled. With that, I understand that we have approximately 41 individuals who have expressed a desire to speak because we do have a very active schedule this morning. I'm going to first call on any of the elected officials who are here who would like to speak during public comment period. And to the electeds, I'm going to show you a little bit of deference this morning, and we will give you 3 minutes to speak when we move to the open public comment period so that we can move through efficiently this morning. I want those of you who are prepared to speak on other items to understand that we're going to give you 1 minute to speak. So we're going to ask you to be very succinct in your commentary this morning. I do also acknowledge former Orange County Mayor Linda Chapin, the first countywide elected mayor here in our county. I understand, Mayor Chapin, that you intend to speak. I do recognize Senator Geraldine Thompson. Would you like to also speak, Senator, this morning? And I do recognize Sheriff John Mina. I realize that Sheriff Mina, you're probably here for the citizen safety presentation, and so with that, you certainly could speak during public comment, but otherwise I think it's appropriate for you to be present when we have the conversation regarding the work of the Citizen Safety Task Force. So with that, Mayor Chapin, would you like to come forward and make any comment? Okay, all right. Senator Thompson.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here to speak regarding the unique opportunity that the Board of County Commissioners has to invest in culture here in Orange County. There are many areas in our country that have seen the value of this kind of investment. Now in Charleston, South Carolina, there's a brand new museum that's on the wharf where the slave ships used to bring their human cargo to be sold at the market. They now have a museum explaining the history of Charleston and that experience in America. In Cincinnati, there is an Underground Railroad museum located on the Ohio River where enslaved people would come and cross the river into free territory. In Nashville, Tennessee, there's a museum that tracks the history of African American people through music, and it is a wonderful facility. In Atlanta, there is the Human and Civil Rights Center, where you can learn about one of the native sons of Atlanta, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., as well as Andrew Young, Ralph Abernathy, and so many other people. In Greensboro, North Carolina, there is a civil rights museum dedicated to the role that Greensboro had in the first sit-ins, and that community has invested. In Washington, D.C., obviously, through the Smithsonian, there's now a brand new African American History Museum on the national level. Here in Orlando, we have taken a building that was not intended to be a museum, and we've retrofitted it and used it as a museum, but there's a great deal of difference between something that is designed and built to be a museum. And so I have requested additional funding to expand the Wells-Built Museum of African American History and Culture so that we can have a state-of-the-art facility here in Orange County. There has been very little attention paid to this segment of our population, and right now there's a question as to whether it's important, whether it's a priority, and I think through an investment we signal here in Orange County that indeed it is. And so I again ask that you look at the tourism development tax dollars and consider making an investment in culture and in art here in Orange County. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Senator Thompson. With that, Mayor Chapin.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm always happy to be here, even if I don't show up too often. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the important issues that you all are dealing with this morning. I know something of what you're experiencing, having sat in several, not all of your chairs, Mr. Diamond, but several of them. And it is also an opportune moment for those of us who were together last week at the 40th anniversary, hard to believe, of the Orange County Convention Center, where we were made aware, as we often are, of the history of careful planning, phasing, and the careful consideration of financial and bonding and reputational issues. Because for 40 years, people in your chairs have sat there and thought about the big picture and the long term. Now, here's where I differ from you today, because I'm here as an advocate for the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts. You know several things about it. You know of its success financially, creatively, philanthropically, the most important project we've ever had philanthropically. You know of the many people, visitors and residents alike, who have spread its reputation across the entire world. You know that in a worldwide pandemic, we found a way to keep the performing arts alive. We want to serve even more of those people, again, residents and visitors. With that big picture and long term in mind, I'm here to ask you this morning to keep those opportunities in the front of your mind as part of your difficult deliberations. If funds are stretched and you cannot meet our original request, then let us work with you to find a way in planning and phasing the same things that have characterized every Orange County project for 40 years. Please consider allocating a partial amount from the available funding to allow the Arts Center to start phasing this project. Now, 2008 is a perfect example. When the Dr. Phillips Center encountered a difficult situation, we moved ahead and proved that a successful outcome with one of the most beautiful, admired facilities on the planet, on the globe, can be accomplished. So our goal here today is to establish our vision for the 9-acre campus, to do the project correctly over time, and have another opportunity later on to apply for additional TDT funding in the future. Mayor Demings and you, all of you, have in so many significant ways recognized the importance of the arts to visitors and residents alike. Please remember the equal importance of the venue in which they reside, and let us plan for more. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Chapin, for your presence as always. Do we have any other electeds present who would like to speak? If not, then we're going to move to those who have indicated a desire to speak. Your names will be called, perhaps in the order in which they have been received. And just as a reminder, we're going to give you 1 minute to speak. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 39 remaining speakers. Folks, I'm going to call your name in groups of 5. When I do, please line up on the back wall. Step up to the podium one by one. Remember to say your name and address for the record. Our first speaker is going to be Amy Flipowitz. No speaking? All right. Our first speaker will be Heidi Evans, followed by Nathan Hill, Cooper LaBelle, Ed Timberlake, and Terry Prather.
You can come all the way to the mic.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
1316 Portland Avenue. 1316 Portland Avenue, 32803.
And just give us your name again, just so we make sure that we have the right person.
Sure, my name's Heidi Evans.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for seeing us this morning. I'm the Executive Director of Creative City Project, and I'm excited to be here with you. The Creative City Project is grateful that Orange County continues to recognize the important role that public arts and cultural festivals play, both cultural tourism and economic development. We are also grateful for the recommendation of the recent 2023 Orange County Cultural Arts and Ecology Study to continue to invest in Immerse and Fusion Fest. This is made possible through opening the ARC event category. While you're considering ARC funding, please consider making the recommendation to open ARC event category. Thank you for your ongoing support in arts and culture. Thank you for your stewardship of Orange County Tourist Development Tax.
All right, thank you, Ms. Evans. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nathan Hill. I reside at 3082 Stanfield Avenue in Orlando. I'm here in support of the TDT Task Force recommendation to increase funding for arts and cultural affairs. Full disclosure, I am not an artist. I'm a lawyer, which is probably the furthest thing from an artist, but I'm a board member on United Arts, and I'm a member of your Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council. A lot of our small artist groups are here today, and I just want to emphasize how important it is for this funding to support small groups. In the last 20 years, we've grown from 4 applications to 41 this year. There are 8 new groups that have applied for cultural tourism funding from this year to last year. And a lot of those groups are small community-based organizations that serve areas of Orlando outside of downtown and Winter Park and Lock Haven. So that money will go to support this type of art for everybody in Orange County, no matter where they live. So I encourage you to support the recommendations and increase arts and culture funding. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hill. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Cooper LaBelle. I am 12 years old in 7th grade, and I live in 2332 Kestrel Perch Place, Winter Park, Florida, 32792. I've been with the Opera Orlando for the past 4 years, and with the Opera Orlando, thanks to fundraising from you, the board, Mayor Demings, and from donors in Orlando, and ultimately all of Orange County, I've been able to be part of productions such as Deflator Mouse, Hansel and Gretel, Carmen, and others, including some with the Orlando Philharmonic Orchestra. I also got the privilege to sing at VAs and senior homes throughout Central Florida, Christmas caroling. And in 2021, I got to sing at the Hispanic Heritage Festival with my sister Daniela in front of Mayor Demings. With the Opera Orlando, I have gotten to sing with some of the best singers in the world. And I've been able to see professional productions from the ground up, how they were constructed, costuming, makeup, and their design. And I got to sing under the direction of outstanding maestros. And when I'm on stage, I feel like I'm in a time-traveling machine. I can go back 100 years.
All right, you can finish your thought.
My apologies. I feel like I'm in a time travel machine, and that I can go back 100 years or 1,000 years, however I like, whenever I like. And I believe that more children should be given this opportunity and this experience which is why we thank you for the funding that you have given us, but we need more to expand the opportunity for other children in Orange County. Some reasons that this funding really help is art and music makes us happier and gives us a happier feeling. Hence the veterans at the VAs, and it is advancing the next generation of artists and leaders. Kids who are involved with music are more developed, and they end up being more intelligent as they go through life, and kids and jobs and careers in the arts are continuously growing. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you very much. So, just so everyone knows, normally we don't want to hear clapping and things like that because we can lose the decorum. But I do make an exception for our young people and for this 12-year-old. I know that he can sing because he's telling us that, he has sung in all of these wonderful places. I only wish I could sing like him. But thank you. He perhaps, when I look at this audience today, he's probably the youngest person who will speak today. So thank you, Master Bell, for being here today. All right, we're going to move to the next speaker. Terry,
from young
it's a
to
tough
old.
act to follow.
I may be the oldest. Good morning, Terry Prathers, 1610 Rock Lake Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32805. Good morning, Mayor Demings, Commissioners, and Comptroller Diamond. I'm here as Board Chair of Visit Orlando, and on behalf of the Board and our 1,400 members and staff, thanks for the work of the task force and this commission, all that you've gone through with this process. We appreciate it. The Visit Orlando team has reviewed the proposed plan by Mayor Demings and appreciate the thoughtful approach. We know there will be more discussion around the details and implementation of the proposed plan. Visit Orlando would like the opportunity to be part of those discussions and work together on next steps with county staff and our commissioners. Visit Orlando's essential role is to drive economic benefit for our entire community. We are the only organization that markets the entire destination. Visit Orlando will continue to work hard to drive visitation to increase TDT dollars and all the benefits our community receives from them. We look forward to working with you all and being a part of the discussion surrounding TDT funding. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Prather. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
I'm Ed Timberlake, 1840 Mayflower Court, Winter Park, 32792. Good morning, Mayor Demings and Commissioners, and I'm a lot younger than I look. I've been a member of the Dr. Phillips Center Board of Directors since 2005, was chair of the Finance Committee for 18 years, and since June of 2022, I've been the chairman of the board. The Arts Center is known around the world for being successful as a business, as a leader in artistic achievement, and supported through corporate partnerships and philanthropically. As you may know, since 2014, the center has received numerous awards and accolades as an international destination, and we are recognized by the rest of the world as the best in the world. We've been working on our master plan since 2018 with our board of directors, and I can tell you we are a worthy, viable project that will multiply our already existing impact to Central Florida. Our project will attract 1 million unique visitations annually, create an annual economic impact of $360 million, and generate 186,000 room nights annually. We ask you as the leadership of Orange County to please allocate a partial amount of $54 million so we can get the project started. Big projects are worth starting. Our goal is to establish our vision for the 9-acre campus and to achieve a world-class design with comparable standards to Steinmetz Hall, and we would ask for you to have the same commitment. It's important to get started to build another great, world-recognized cultural destination for tourists, our community, and our future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Timberlake. Next speaker, please.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to start with Nancy Ash. All right, I got Meredith Amat, Sybil Pritchard, Rachel Robinson, and Edward Green.
All right, Ms. Ash, you're recognized.
Thank you. To the Honorable Mayor Jerry L. Demings and our county commissioners, Senator Thompson and Mayor Chafin, thank you for all that you've done to make Orange County so great. I am honored to be here today on my birthday to support and endorse the great recommendations made by the Enforcement Safety Task Force Subcommittee that I was a part of. I also want to thank the citizens of Orange County for their input into our crime survey. One of the citizens' recommendations was for more police presence, and since this recommendation was made, my colleagues and I have noticed a marked uptick in police presence in Orange County. Also, per our subcommittee's recommendations, there have been more meetings to address citizen concerns about crime, and many have commented that these discussions have been fruitful and productive. In closing, it is my hope that our committee's recommendations are passed so that we can see an even greater reduction in crime and an increase in citizen satisfaction in our law enforcement in Orange County, Florida. Thank you very much.
Nancy, can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes.
Nancy Ash, and it's 6548 Merrick Landing Boulevard, Windermere, Florida, 34786.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Meredith Amat, 155 A Anderson Street, Orlando, Florida, 32801. Good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Mayor, Demings, and Commissioners. My name is Meredith Amat, and I'm very proud to be a colleague from Dr. Phillips Centers of Performing Arts. It's a blessing to be here, stand before you today, and express my support of the arts centers and advocate for our master plan. I enjoyed the Dr. Phillips Center housekeeping facility team as a manager early this year. But before I start my journey in the art centers, I was a housekeeping manager of the opening at Dockside Universal and Westgate Vacation Village in Town Center. And I received a bachelor's degree in Arts and Education of Health Science from the University of Puerto Rico. At Dr. Phillips, I can tell that we work together to educate and create amazing experiences, exceeding our community expectations, and bring to all the arts all over the world. As a housekeeping manager, Dr. Phillips Centers gave me the opportunity to be part of the housekeeping training plan for our team members, but more importantly, to share the love of arts to them and all the world.
Okay, Ms. Amat, I'm going to have to just stop
you so
there.
much.
Okay.
Thank
So just to everyone else, that 1 minute is going to go quickly. We know that you all have said good morning to all of us, so you don't have to say that. Just kind of your name for the record. They'll start after you give your name for the record, then they'll start the time, okay? All right, next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Sybil Hart Pritchard. I live at 401 South Central Avenue, Oviedo, Florida, 32765. I stand before you here today as the Vice Chair of the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts and as an advocate for the Master Plan, a cultural entertainment-based destination to attract visitors globally and locally to Orange County. As someone who has been chairperson of the iDrive District for over 30 years and an integral component of the major Central Florida projects relating to tourism, I fully understand and value the importance of global relevance from a tourism perspective. I've also served on numerous committees and boards, including the Citizens Oversight Committee for the Orange County Convention Center Construction Project, and chair of the Florida Arts Council, and president and chairperson for the United Arts of Central Florida. This is all to say that I've seen Orlando establish its relevance for global tourism beyond the theme parks and other areas like Miami, Broward, and Tampa, which has built their cities on cultural tourism. I will end by saying that this is a really important project to us. Steinmetz Hall was just recognized by Architectural Digest as one of the 11 most beautiful theaters in the world, and aren't we proud of that? So thank you for this opportunity, and I do hope you'll take into consideration our efforts to phase the project. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Rachel Robinson. I live at 10426 Riva Ridge Trail, Orlando, Florida, 32817. I'm a board member at the New Image Youth Center and a professor at Full Sail University. And our organization, New Image, has been serving the Paramore community for more than 19 years with year-round services for youth of all ages. And I am here today on behalf of New Image to express my support of the Dr. Phillips Center and advocate for their master plan. The students at New Image have thoroughly enjoyed the many opportunities provided by the Dr. Phillips Center for Performing Arts and their initiatives to be exposed to some of the best fine arts productions such as Hamilton, events that they would otherwise never be able to see. Community anchors such as the Arts Center allow our kids to dream big and imagine beyond what they thought was possible for themselves. These experiences provided by the Dr. Phillips Center allow our students to see this facility as not just a place for the arts, but possibly a place where they could work and grow both personally and professionally in the future. The next phase of this plan would allow the Arts Center to expand its footprint, reach more community organizations, provide more health and wellness opportunities for guests of all ages, and bring more local and global visitors to Orlando. I'm proud to be here today on behalf of the Dr. Phillips Center and applaud them for adhering to their vision for the arts for every life and positively impacting our community. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Robinson. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Nonine Ziemba, 350 Blue Heron Drive, Winter Park, Florida, 32789. I'm one of the residents on the east side of Blue Heron Drive who petitioned over a year ago the District 5 County Commissioner, Emily Bonilla, to stop construction of a 5-foot sidewalk on our side of the street. Commissioner Bonilla said at that time she was unaware of the project. After many emails with residents, she agreed to cancel the project. I asked in writing for her to advise how we may know in the future about these actions so that we may participate in this process. She never answered this question. This is to inform, with formal notice, and now a year later, Commissioner Bonilla has violated Florida Statute 286.011, known as the Sunshine Law. The Sunshine Law guarantees the public's right to attend and participate in meetings of local legislative bodies. Public business must be conducted in public, not behind closed doors. It is a violation of the Sunshine Law for any local legislative body to conduct meetings or a meeting attended by any person elected to such a board or commission to be held without being open to the public. This is any agreements made are not binding except as taken and made in a public meeting.
All right, so unfortunately, you're out of time. And I will tell you that there is a body in the state, the Florida Commission on Ethics is the appropriate body to make complaints about violations of the Sunshine Law, et cetera, against elected officials. So unfortunately, you don't have a whole lot of time today to get into it, but I will look to the county administrator, perhaps if you can have a staff person speak with her about the project in question, if you can designate someone.
Yes, please.
All right,
I'll give the information
to
to you.
the next speaker, though. Okay. All right. Byron, anybody from Public Works staff back there? Okay. Otherwise, okay. All right, next speaker, please. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Edward Green. I live at 2236 India Boulevard, Deltona, Florida, 32738. Now, I would like to see that the TDT money go towards the Orlando venues, the Camping World, and Amway Center. Little history, I've worked with Andy Frame Services doing security, ticket taking, and ushering. I've been with the Orlando venues since 1999, and I've worked my way up from part-time all the way to a manager in training. I've seen the renovations that came from the Camping World back in 2002, 2014, 2021, and the difference it made to the people and to the stadium, bringing a lot of people back to the arena. I'd like to see some of that money go towards the Amway Center from 10-10-10 to now is over 13 years. It is time for a little bit of renovation, and I thank you for allowing me to speak here today.
Thank you, Mr. Green. We're going to move to the next speaker.
All right, Mayor, our next batch of speakers are going to start with Travis Binkley, Claudia Menzies, Trini Quiroz, Nelson Betancourt, and Lee Perry.
Okay. Just as a reminder, don't forget to give us your name, address, etc.
My name is Travis Binkley. I live at 9421 Pecky Cypress Way. As you know, tourism plays an essential role in our local economy, generating in excess of $87.6 billion and supporting 450,000 jobs. I am one of those jobs. Going on 18 years now with Visit Orlando, it is one of the best decisions, aside from marrying my wife, it's one of the best decisions I've ever made for my career. I get a chance to work with over 50 companies a week, managing our business development team and connect them with hotels, local businesses, cultural elements of Orlando, and distinguishing why Orlando is a place for their meetings. Among many benefits of tourism, it also helps critical services that my family and many others rely on. Places like schools, local enforcement, fire departments, public libraries, public parks, and so much more. So now, more than ever, with the political climate that's facing us, along with the headwinds, we encourage you to reinvest TDT funds back in to help us promote Orlando as a global travel destination. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Claudia Menezes, 10747 Rocket Boulevard. My company is Go Pegasus, Transportation, Travel, and Events. Today, I stand before you to share a remarkable journey that exemplifies the power of collaboration, innovation, and support, transforming a small business into a thriving enterprise. Our story begins 30 years ago with one man, one van, a determination to succeed, and $20,000 yearly income. Today, we have evolved in a flourishing operation with close to 100 employees and $20 million yearly income. How, you might ask, did our small enterprise ascend these heights? The answer lies in the remarkable partnership we formed with Visit Orlando. Visit Orlando's resources have empowered us to negotiate on equal footing with larger players, strengthening our position in the market. By aiding us in connecting with decision makers across the globe, Visit Orlando has equipped us with the tools not only
All
to
right.
survive,
Thank you for your
but
comments.
thrive.
That time goes quickly.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Trini Quiroz, 2000 Hillcrest, Orlando. Government is instituted for the common good, for the protection, safety, property, and happiness of the people, and not for the profit, honor, or privilege interests of any one man, family, or class of men. Too bad we are muzzled nowadays by giving being 1 minute. Do the right thing, because what you are doing with all these billions of dollars is what Maria Antoinette said then. Let them eat cake. Well, we don't need cake. We need housing. We need to take care of our homeless people, our children. I was so proud to see these kids speaking here. How many of those children that are in the woods, homeless, evicted, could be like him if only he's given the chance. It's in your hands. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Quiroz. Next speaker, please.
Nelson Betancourt, 5350
East Cayley Street, Orlando, Florida, 32812. I am opposed to borrowing $900 million for the three venues under discussion. This would be imprudent and incautious at this time. This financial windfall, we should economize and not make any future commitments to get into more debt. Mr. Diamond is quoted as saying, debt reduces flexibility to make adjustments during economic downturns. I have three questions for Mr. Diamond. How much still owed to pay off what is for the convention center? Where is the $155 million stabilization fund money held to protect the county against downturns in the tourism market? Is that a sort of a rainy day fund? And third, has there ever been a comprehensive study on how much money relative to tourist development taxes leaves this community to outside investors, corporate headquarters, or hedge funds? I would appreciate an answer to those questions. I can touch bases with you later. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Betancourt. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lee Perry. I live at 2008 Corina Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32810. I am here because I'm begging you to please do not strip the TDT funding from working class families who are barely making it right now. Please do not forget the tremendous economic opportunities of ecotourism. 3 trails alone here in Orange County bring about $42.6 million to the local economy, and it should be a benefit and a well-paying job to work in conservation and restoring our natural lands, which drives tourism right here in our county. Please do not forget to preserve the Black and brown diverse history here in our community in preserving these cultural spaces. And just remember that the convention center and many of these places are not accessible to the everyday people that are really struggling right now. In my street alone, in my community, in my Walmart parking lot, it is packed with people sleeping in their cars. And we need to allocate resources to help these people so that they can be part of the economic drivers here in our community. So please consider using TDT dollars to support our conservation lands and our working class people.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right, our next batch of speakers is going to start with Richard Hess, followed by Rich Bradley, Marluz Zirin, Cole Nesmith, and Cynthia Harris.
Richard Hess, 6001 Destination Parkway, Orlando, Florida, 32819. I'm here this morning to urge you to use the TDT money for the convention center. It's imperative that we use that money to expand on the convention center. As we grow the convention center, we're going to have more guests who want to actually come to this city as opposed to going to other locations, which will in turn help give hours to housekeepers, to stewards, to culinary team members in hotels, as we have more guests coming in the hotels to stay and visit the convention center. Using that fund for the convention center is imperative to the success and to continue to expand the ability to get more dynamic guests coming to Orlando. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hess. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, everyone. Rich Bradley, 650 North Alafaya Trail, Orlando 32828. President and CEO of Original Orlando Tours. And I'm here today to also support the master plan for the Orange County Convention Center. I would say we are so blessed to be in a community where we have all of these different assets that would like funding and need funding. When we look at the needs of the community in terms of the revenue that comes in through the TDT, the one thing that stands out about the convention center is it's a year-long revenue generator. And speaking for our company, what we do, part of what we do is we take people who are visiting the town and their spouse might be at a convention. We take them and we distribute them throughout the community. So businesses from East Orlando to Winter Park to Winter Garden benefit from our guests going to their restaurants, their attractions. Again, we really feel that that's a really important focus, and just urge you to continue to support the the master plan for the convention center. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bradley. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Marlu Theron, and I work at the Hilton Orlando at 6001 Destination Parkway. Thank you all for being here this morning and listening to our feedback. I want to let you know that I fully support the Orange County Convention Center Master Plan as the #1 priority for the TDT funds. Those funds are imperative to helping to draw more visitors to Orlando, and the best way to draw additional visitors is to move forward with the plan. As a hospitality worker, the more guests that attend these conventions lead to increase in hours that I'm available to work, and the busier we are with conventions, it leads to additional income for myself along with my coworkers. When I'm able to pick up additional shifts, it leads me to be able to make a good living and afford my rent and other items in Orlando. The convention market is so very important to us, as I make a large portion of my income from attendees of corporate events, and the investment in the convention center will lead to a growth in business and the ability to continue providing for my family. I thank you for sharing in my support of the convention center, and I look forward to making many more guests experiencing the amazing hospitality that myself and my colleagues provide. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Cole Neesmith, 1316 Portland Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32803. I want to thank you for your support of increased funding for Orange County Arts and Cultural Affairs. I also want to echo the sentiments of my colleague Heidi Evans, who spoke first, in her recommendation and request to ensure that when ARC is refunded, that the events category application is also made available in that process. But I want to use the bulk of my time today to speak in support of Visit Orlando, who under their current leadership has been more collaborative than ever over the course of more than a decade working alongside of the organization. Just over the last year, and they did not send me talking points, these are just things that I know, they have supported our community's restaurants and increased our community's stature as a foodie destination by working to get Michelin star recommendations and ratings. They have embarked on a deeper commitment to arts and cultural affairs by creating photo and video content of more than 30 arts organizations that they'll use in their global marketing campaigns. And last year, when U.S. Travel hosted their convention here in Orlando, they helped local businesses and arts groups stand before those as potential vendors. And earlier this year, when the state of Florida proposed legislation that might threaten the stability of TDT, they were instrumental in helping preserve that stability for all of us. Thank you.
You rushed it, but you got through it. All right, thanks. Next speaker, please.
Cynthia Harris, 12 Channing Avenue, Orlando, 32811. I want to first thank Commissioner Uribe and Commissioner Wilson for asking for transparency in this process. When one eats, we all eat, if you're spreading the wealth equally amongst everyone. To just focus on two entities and give them the bulk of millions of dollars and not think about the small people, you are putting a distress on this community. One thing that I can say is that the smaller organizations here have given back into the community because they want to see this community thrive. I think that if you're going to give out money, you should consider the arts, the Wellsville, Dr. Phillips, some of the other people that have spoken, because they do give back to our community and our residents. It's not fair to just give a bulk of money to the one organization over the other and not spread the wealth. Each one, teach one.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to begin with N.Y. Nathiri, Deborah Edmonds, Joanna Jumblatt, Jordan Eichenblatt, and Sade Battle. Sade Battle.
Mayor Demings and Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, CAO Brooks. I'm N.Y. Nathiri, 344 East Kennedy Boulevard, Eatonville, Florida. I'm here to make two recommendations, please, in the spirit of a rising tide lifts all boats. We are underrepresented as an Orange County in terms of cultural heritage tourism. I'm urging that the Board of Commissioners set aside money for a 5-year master planning that brings in the kind of expertise in terms of cultural heritage tourism nationwide, making Orange County a destination in this regard. I want to hold up for you the 10th anniversary of a publication that St. Pete Clearwater produces every year. I got my copy in the New York Times. It's about elite publishing or marketing to the high quality or high dollar venue visitor. The cultural heritage tourism visitor spends more money, stays a half day later. Also, internally, I'm urging this commission to set aside money for an incubator project so that this is a county that's known as minority majority. Let's do an incubator program so that we can spread the wealth. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nathiri. Next speaker, please.
I'm Deborah Edmonds, 2013 Grandbrook Circle, Orlando, Florida, apartment 811A. Sorry. I'm nervous, sorry. I'm sorry. I can do this. Amway and Camping World has a big impact on my foundation. Foundation is Give a Kid a Coat Foundation. I give homeless kids in the school districts new jackets for Christmas, and also during the winter season. When the schools call me, I take the jackets up to the school to give it to the kids. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You got through it.
Hello, my name is Johanna Jumblatt. I live at 1297 Glenlee Road, Ocoee, Florida, at 34761. I work at the Castle Hotel in Orlando. I am the assistant general manager there. I'm here to show support for the Convention Center master plan for the use of the TD funds. Something that we face is that our occupancy flows up and down. So when we do that, we aren't able to give our employees their hours. Something that the Convention Center master plan would do would be able to bring more people to Orlando to assist us to be able to give those hours to the people. Having to tell them that we don't have hours to give them, what are they going to do? They're going to have to look for other jobs to be able to pay their bills. So this, bringing more people, will help not just the hotels, but also the restaurants, our theme parks, and it'll bring more money to get more TD funds. So thank you, and hopefully you'll be able to support us.
What hotel did you say?
The Castle Hotel.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Hi, Jordan Eichenblatt, 2680 North Orange Avenue, Unit 4. I own a hot dog cart here called Cholo Dogs. Our small business has benefited from many things in Orlando, such as Immerse and Orlando Museum of Art, but today I'm here to speak on behalf of Amway and Camping World Stadium. As a small business, it's really transformed our business from 2019 to now. We started with 2 employees, we now have 12 and a restaurant, and it's not just inside these places that help us, it's the events that happen surrounding the games. Fan fest, concerts, you name it. We're lucky enough for the Camping World kickoff. Our cart and restaurant are rented out by LSU and FSU for the entire week. Amway and Camping World have been so awesome with the small businesses. They deserve everything like the Super Bowl, like All-Star games, and especially a Taylor Swift concert. So please give them whatever they want, any upgrades. I mean, Tampa made millions upon millions just from Taylor Swift in the surrounding areas, and we deserve that, especially with Camping World, what they do in the Paramore District. It'll be super helpful, not just to them, but to me and my small business. Thanks. Have a great day.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Sade Battle, 4014. You were close. 4014 Gulfside Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32808. Good morning. I'm here as the corporate director of branding and marketing for Andy Frayne Services. But my role and my world here in Orlando started in the elevator of the Amway Center. I had the opportunity of growing my career through large events like the All-Star Game and the multiple Pro Bowls. And Andy Frayne stands here today as a company supporting and employing over 750 employees and supporting over 6 minority and women-owned businesses. And an investment into the Orlando venues is an investment in the community's career, sources, and future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Battles. Next speaker, please.
All right, next set of speakers is going to begin with Jim Callahan, followed by Robert Argusa, Brandon Greenaway, Eugene Staccato, and Colby Smith.
My name is Jim Callahan, 204 East South Street, about a block from here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is a summary. I sent a longer email, but I realized I needed to shift the emphasis slightly to explain my idea. We have an unbalanced process here, and that's partly because of the legislative handcuffs we're in. And so my proposal, ironically, is to stop the construction projects, the big ones, and keep the cultural ones, the smaller cultural ones, and save the money for an Olympic bid. Because an Olympics would be a stress test for the host city, and you'd find out what you needed. And the IOC awarded the Olympics to Paris, the next one, the next Summer Olympics, and in 2028 to Los Angeles. And what they're doing in Los Angeles is they realized they needed to improve their transportation so people could get in and out of the airport. We have a railroad that is interrupted on its way to the airport.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Callahan.
And we'd also, they tell us to build an Olympic Village. We need housing. Our housing costs too much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Robert Agrusa, 6675 Westwood Boulevard, Suite 210, Orlando, Florida, 32821. Good morning, Mayor Demings, Commissioners, and Comptroller Diamond. Did you know that in 2022, the tourism and hospitality industry accounted for 43% of all jobs in Orange County, and more than $26 billion in wages and benefits were paid to the hospitality workforce? This was a 19% increase since March of 2020, with many boasting starting wage at least $15 or higher. Additionally, travel and tourism in Orange County generated an all-time high of $73.6 billion in economic impact in 2022. These are just a few key data points that were released yesterday by an independent research partner, Tourism Economics. On behalf of the nearly 1,000 members that make up the Central Florida Hotel and Lodging Association, we stand together when one unified message: when tourism works, so do I. And recently we have heard and read from several leaders from our community who have made statements that have alarmed many of us from the industry and have caused serious concern. First, I would like to make it crystal clear that the entire hospitality and tourism industry is 100% in support of Visit Orlando's mission, and we vehemently oppose any efforts to undermine their integral role within our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agrusa. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I am Brandon Greenaway, President of UCF Student Government. With me is Colby Smith, Student Government Vice President. Our address is 4000 Central Florida Boulevard, Orlando 32816.
As student leaders, we were beyond excited when we heard UCF's vision for expanding our athletics village. We are here to voice support for Orange County's investment of TDT dollars in East Orange County.
You see, I grew up in New Jersey, and the first time I heard about UCF was in 2018 following the Knights' perfect football season and the declaration as national champions. That boldness caught my attention and drew me to UCF.
I am a huge sports fan, and even though I played high school football in Tampa, I made my decision to move here in Orlando to come to UCF. And while we have different paths to UCF, calling Orange County our home, athletics is what connects us and most of our entire student body.
And this is what we hear from our peers at UCF, that they want to feel connected, included, and inspired. And once we're in Orlando, so many of us stay here and contribute. The talents of more than 88,000 alumni remain in Orange County. We encourage you to consider UCF's request for investment to provide the highest level of experience for our fellow Knights, the thousands of visitors we attract back to Orange County, the new Big 12 fan bases, and our entire community. Go Knights!
Charge on.
All right.
Mr. President, I didn't get the Vice President's name.
Colby Smith. Thank you.
All right. Charge on.
Okay. Eugene
Next
Staccato,
speaker.
Eugene Staccato, 331 Roswell Avenue. I'm not a paid lobbyist nor benefit from the TDT. I see this money as an asset to all residents, and we need to support the tourists. We have many needs to support the tourist-based economy, especially transit and housing. We need an independent economic study. Too many years we have put money into the same projects, especially the convention center and the City of Orlando football stadium. We've had no outside economic study showing how they perform. We seriously need one. If none is offered, then I would ask a motion from this board to mothball all these projects until we do have an independent economic study. Additionally, I have a few seconds left. A lot of these people are gig workers, and I've heard at least 4 times now that they need more hours. My dad was an airline guy for decades, worked 3 jobs his entire life until he died, basically. He never could make it. The tourist industry is not a livable wage economy. We need to rethink how we're doing this. I wrote a letter to you all, and that's what I said. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, our next batch of speakers is going to start with Taylor Gibson. Let's say Johnny Dawkins, Terry Monasir, Donna Jesse, and Myra Escobar.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Taylor Gibson, and I live at 1277 Gemini Boulevard in Orlando, Florida. I'm a junior at UCF studying human communications, and I also play on the women's basketball team. I'm not from Orlando originally, but I was raised in Maryland, and I went to the University of Michigan my first year. Upon transferring here, I loved UCF just because I was excited about the direction that the program was facing. When I had to decide between various Power 5 schools, I knew that UCF was going to get me in the right direction. When I hear Terry talk about the education as a part of the athletic experience, he really means it. No other school would provide 100% job opportunities after your undergrad or a graduate program. I obtained an internship in an Orlando-based company called Loyal Source, and for this internship, I work with the marketing team. College athletics and UCF has opened up a lot of doors, not just for me, but other athletes in my position. UCF creates a brighter future for my fellow students and student athletes. So I hope you continue to support UCF, that a place that's done so much for money. Go Knights.
All right, next speaker, please.
I am at 4192 North Orion Boulevard, 32816. My name is Johnny Dawkins. I'm the head men's basketball coach at UCF. It's been an honor to do so. I've been very fortunate. You know, I've served at Duke University, Stanford University, and now, of course, UCF. And this is an amazing institution. And from what I can see and from my viewpoint, it has a chance to be special. It's on a track that's way faster than those universities that I attended as well as was employed at. With the resources that we have here in Orlando and the partnership that we have here with you people here, we have a chance to do something amazing and in a short period of time. Under Terry Mahaja's leadership, and it was just mentioned earlier, the commitment he's made to our student athletes is what brought me here, and he's echoed that every step of the way, making sure that you have 100% job placement and or going to grad school, and he's not missed a beat in 3 years of accomplishing that. We have a chance here right now to seize a moment by upgrading our facilities, but we need everyone here to understand the timing is great for us to be something special. We're the youngest college in the country to be a Power 5 university within 60 years. Go Knights.
All right, thank you, Coach. Next speaker.
I'm Terry Mahajer, Vice President, Director of Athletics, UCF. Orlando is the epicenter of Knight Nation, with more than 88,000 UCF alumni and their families calling Orange County home. Our athletics facilities already host 300 events a year, attracting 800,000 plus visitors to Orange County. With an annual impact of 200,000 room nights, almost $100 million from visitors outside a 50-mile radius. With UCF joining the Big 12, a 16-member conference with 4.4 million living alumni, Orange County will now welcome some of the largest universities and fan bases in the world that span from coast to coast. UCF's projects are shovel-ready and were priced in the current market. UCF has a long history of partnering on bids and hosting national events in Orange County. UCF Athletics receives no state dollars in support of operating and capital needs, unlike other Power 5 and FBS Florida universities who receive state and municipal funding. Having served on College Football Playoff Selection Committee, as it stands today, UCF FBC Mortgage Stadium is the only shot for Orlando to host a college football playoff game. Go Knights!
I know. You got to love the night spirit. All right, next speaker.
Hi, my name is Donna Jesse, and I live at 1015 Goffside Court, Kissimmee, Florida, 34741. I work for the food service at the Orange County Convention Center for 23 years. During my 23 years, and my income has always been affected on business levels. My livelihood and everyone I know depend on OCC being busy. The expansion will give more groups a reason to come, increasing revenue for everyone in the area. In my opinion, any and all plans to increase business at the Orange County Convention Center is a huge win. More employees will have the opportunity to increase their income and make their lives and their family lives better. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Mayra Escobar. I live on 346 Alfani Street, Davenport, Florida. I've been working on the Orange County Convention Center for 25 years and go on. The Convention Center is not only important to me, but also to my family and community. Almost everyone that I know have a job related for the OCC. There are hotel workers, restaurant servers, freemen, GS. I drive host, bartender, bus driver, and so on. Even though our job and company are different, the one thing we have in common is the business level of OCCC, driver hour wage. With the new expansion, it will bring more work for everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Escobar. Next speaker, please.
Next set of speakers, Mayor, is going to begin with Kevin Horing, followed by Justin Kinsey, Ramon Rayford, Diego Rodriguez, and Maria Triscari.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Horeen. I live at 17122 Lake Ingram Road, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787. I'm here today about the damages caused by the construction across the street, the damages caused to our well systems, and money out of pocket we've had to do to fix that, and the future poisoning of our water. The way that you've allowed the projects across the street to have their runoff.
Can you reference the location across the street where?
Cross Street. It's to the north of Lake Ingram Road. It's Silverleaf.
It's in the Horizon West area,
Yes, Horizon
although they
West.
are an existing community.
You've allowed them to do their runoff areas above our well systems, which is going to go into our well systems and poison our well. I'm hoping we don't have to wait till we have Flint, Michigan water before we fix this. I was told by utilities 2 weeks ago that I cannot expect people using utilities to pay for our utilities, and I'm not asking them to. They shouldn't have to. Who should pay for it is Scott Boyd, the multimillionaire, with the rest of his multimillionaire friends, and Orange County, because the problem was created by you guys and not us. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, Byron, you all familiar with this?
Yeah, utilities will follow. They've had some conversation, but we'll follow up, Mayor.
Oh,
We're
okay.
familiar with it. We know.
I would also say there were a lot of conditions of approval that were put into place in order to prevent what is actually happening. And so whatever the enforcement is that goes with those conditions of approval will need to be flagged.
All right, I think Mr. Kinsey is up next. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Demings.
Good morning.
Board of County Commissioners. My name is Justin Kinsey. I'm the Executive Director of the West Lakes District. I'm here in support of the TDT funding for Camping World Stadium and the Amway Center, the Orlando venues. There's been a large talk about finishing Camping World Stadium. I think it's a lot more than that. It's about building and continuing to finish the community that is around there. So we don't have any banks in our community. We don't have any quality grocery stores. There's a lot we don't have in the West Lakes District. And our community has largely thrived and flourished and changed because of the work done at Camping World Stadium. And I think, I agree with Mayor Demings in his assessment, and I think 100% that the funding should be given to Camping World Stadium, not just to finish the stadium, but to finish the dream that the community of West Lakes have, and setting the tide on the west side. We have 80,000 people at a time coming in to visit our community. What about the businesses in that community? What about those residents? Please finish the job, help Camping World Stadium get complete, and help us set the tide on the west side of Orlando. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kinsey. Next speaker, please.
Ramon Rayford, 164 World Away Drive, Davenport, Florida. I'm in support of the TDT dollars for Camping World Stadium. Everyone knows the type of tourism and the amount of people that the stadium brings for these world-class events. But I do want to point out mainly that Camping World is a bond for tourism and the local West Lakes community. I want to speak on behalf of small local contractors that benefit from the project from 2014 until what even carry on to the next phase. We're grateful for the phasing of the funds and understand it has to be shared with other projects. But we're creating that mechanism in the West Lakes community for residents to reinvest in that community with those local employees that worked on Camping World Stadium in the past and will do so for this phase of Camping World Stadium as well, and spending that money with local shops, sandwich shop stores as these guys go on their lunch breaks and things like that. So this is an investment in the community.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Rayford. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Diego Woody Rodriguez, 401 Adams Drive, a proud resident of Maitland and a citizen of Orange County. I'm neither a well-respected college basketball coach nor a 12-year-old sensational opera singer, but I am a proud member of Florida Citrus Sports since 2000 and an avid college football fan. Beyond the tourism dollars and the fiscal impacts those Citrus Sports provides, as you just heard, some tremendous impacts to our neighboring community, and we've been putting children through summer camps for decades. I've read the mayor's memo, and I'm in full support of the fiscally conservative approach to doing the stadium and the other projects in a phased manner. More importantly, though, it's that stadium that serves as a home away for home for many of us in our community, including our first concert for our kids, taking our Boy Scouts to their first monster truck, and then the second one, and then the third, and of course, a number of college football events. I do worry that without your support today, these dollars may not be spent here this year and may not be spent and will result in fewer events in the future, so please support the mayor's recommendations.
All right. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. My name is Maria Triscari. I am President and CEO of the International Drive Resort Area Chamber of Commerce, and we are delighted with the strong support of the Orange County Convention Center from our leadership, from Mayor Demings, as well as the task force and the commission that voted in support of this project in 2018. We are excited to get this project moving forward. We anticipate a strong ROI coming from it in the very near future, and we believe our future is very bright. We appreciate being a part of this conversation as well as being a part of progressing this convention center and moving it forward as quickly as possible so that everybody can win and everybody enjoys the ROI that we all enjoy and can benefit for the entire community. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Skyrie. Are there any other speakers, Mr. Mueller?
Mayor, our final batch of speakers is going to begin with Kelly Simrad, followed by Elisha Gonzalez, Eric Grimmer, Carl Brown, and Pat Williams.
All right. Is Ms. Simrad present? Okay, Mr. Grimmer, I see him coming in the door.
We had Kelly Simrad, Elisha Gonzalez, Eric Grimmer, Carl Brown, and Pat Williams.
Okay, Ms. Simrad, you're up.
Good morning, it's Kelly Simrad. I just had to run to make it here, sorry. 3111 Amalfi Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32820. I'm here today to ask you to not vote in support of the current proposed projects, not indefinitely, but until Orange County does a legit economic impact study where we look at not only corporate gains, but we look at social losses, the expense and the cost of the community that we pay to subsidize jobs that don't pay livable wages. So just pause, do a legit economic impact study that looks at the direct economic impacts, indirect economic impacts, but importantly also the leakage, because the tourism industry has a large amount of economic leakage that leaves our community, but leaves us with an expense that we have to pay the tab on to subsidize non-livable wages. Thank you.
All right, we have the next speaker, please.
1730 Laurel Road, Winter Park, Florida, 32789, Alicia Gonzalez. As a member of the board of Florida Citrus Sports, I want to thank you for our ability to participate in this TDT process. We're proud of the positive impact the stadium has had economically to date for our region, and we're also very proud of the historic investments in the communities of West Lakes around the stadium. Although finishing Camping World Stadium's renovation is very important, with limited resources, we want to encourage you to advance a plan that moves a broad range of assets forward that are impactful for all of our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. Okay, I think Mr. Grimmer is up. Okay, go ahead.
Eric Grimmer, 574 Terrace Spring Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32828. It was a recommendation of the Tourist Development Tax Citizen Advisory Task Force, which was created at the request of the mayor, that this board update its criteria for assessing TDT proposals to better evaluate its contribution to the community and workforce needs and jobs. Additionally, task force members and public commenters at its meetings continuously stress the need to reallocate dollars from the usual suspect, such as the Orange County Convention Center and our sports arenas, to projects that would yield a more direct and significant benefit for the public and especially the service workers whose hard work we have to thank for these dollars. When this board accepted the task force report on July 25th, multiple commissioners discussed the need for an independent financial analysis of the return on investment with regard to the convention center. In a memo last week, the individual elected by the people of Orange County to safeguard its finances strongly recommended that this board refrain from over-leveraging and over-committing TDT collections. Yet, the Orlando Sentinel yesterday reported on a proposal to spend a total of $1.7 billion on the convention center and Camping World Stadium. Very much business as usual. Where's the public discussion on updated criteria? How will another $1 billion plus of investment contribute to the needs of our community and its workers? Where's the independent analysis requested by the commissioners?
Thank you, Mr. Grimmer.
All right, I'm done.
Yes. All right, next speaker, please.
Carl Brown, 6655 Crenshaw Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32835. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Orlando venue. I come to you both as a business owner and as board chair for West Lakes Market District, which is in Camping World's footprint. As a business owner, we are able to provide residents in the West Lakes Market District or West Lakes District money by being able to pay them. So for example, to use a number really quickly, let's say for one event, we do $3,000 worth of payroll for just one event, and then you multiply that out times 10 events, that's $30,000, then you multiply that for 10 years, that's $300,000. So and I'm only a small business owner, so could you imagine all the other businesses in that area, what kind of impact what can happen by supporting these projects? And then, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next speaker, please.
Pat Williams, 375 Dubs Dred Circle, Orlando, Florida. We're heading up the effort trying to bring Major League Baseball to Orlando, and we can do it, community, we can do it. And I'm going to ask all of us, let's pull together as a community, just like we did years ago to get the Magic here. We can do it with baseball. Orlando is fascinating to Major League Baseball. They're intrigued with us. They like to have a team here, we've gotten word. So how do you get a team? You either move one or you wait for expansion. Baseball is going to expand by 2. We're watching very closely our neighbors down the road about their ballpark situation. So stay tuned. Economically, it works. We've requested $975 million to build the finest baseball facility in the history of the sport. And we're going to put in privately $700 million. No baseball team has ever done that. So let's do it, gang. Let's pull together. Let's put our forces together. Orlando, Central Florida, Orange County, we can do anything when we get after it. God bless.
All right, thank you, Mr. Williams. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, we have one last speaker card. It'll be Elizabeth Putu.
Good morning, Mayor, County Commissioners. Elizabeth Putu, Orange County Arts and Cultural Affairs Board and DEI Committee, Truscott Drive, 32817. I have a 10-year background as an artist, activist, and registered nurse. I've witnessed community members champion creativity as medicine to provide abstract solutions to socio-political issues that seem black and white, tackling adversities such as the beautification of neglected neighborhoods, like the work of community organizer Seven Charleston in Pine Hills, or the preservation of disenfranchised people's stories, such as the quilt creations of farm worker and artist Miss Linda Lee in Apopka. We also have the annual gala that highlights local artists through auctioning to support organizations like Central Florida Jobs with Justice, led by Jonathan Alingu, and the representation of the Black queer community as cultural tastemakers exemplified by the soundscapes of Tobias Thomas, who opened for Beyonce in Miami this past weekend. By increasing our budget, we too can take pride in our prototype community of tomorrow, for not only its renowned talent, but for the authenticity of our culture, by valuing those who invest themselves into this soil as homegrown as oranges. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butu. And do we have any other speakers?
That was our last speaker card, Mayor.
All right. Thank you all for all of you who came for public comment this morning. We do appreciate the input. We are going to move forward on our agenda at this time. We're going to move to the consent agenda, and I'll ask the county administrator to frame the consent agenda.
Sorry about that, Mayor. Just one change, or not a change, one correction on item D26. It's regarding a land exchange agreement with Angelos Recycled Materials. Just for the record, I just want to note that the correct district is District 3. So I want to make that one correction on the agenda. It's District 3. Other than that, Mayor, staff has no changes, and we present the consent agenda for board consideration.
So moved, Scott.
All right. Commissioner Scott, you do have to let him finish. I know you want to be quick there. Okay. So with that, do we have a motion at this time? And we're going to recognize Commissioner Scott as the motioner for approval of the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second, Moore.
We have a second by Commissioner Moore. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does pass, and it is unanimous. There's a lot of information in our consent agenda, and I do want to make several notes. First, on the consent agenda for the meeting today is the approval of two contracts to purchase parcels of environmentally sensitive land. Someone in the audience mentioned that we are moving forward with our Green Place initiative to invest as much as $100 million in acquiring environmentally sensitive land. The tracts, one was in West and one was in East Orange County. The preservation of both parcels will add to existing publicly and privately owned conservation lands here within our county. The parcel in the western portion of the county will add additional acreage to a 114-acre ecological corridor that protects the water resources of Black Lake and Johns Lake. The parcel located in eastern Orange County will add additional acreage to an existing 1,313-acre corridor which protects the Conolehatchee River and associated wetlands. Also approved on the consent agenda was the award of a local government area of opportunity funding in the amount of $610,000 to Cardinal Point LLC. Cardinal Point is a 120-unit affordable senior rental community to be constructed off the Goldenrod Road area. The actual address is 7522 Snyder Drive, which is in District 3. Our award is contingent on approval from the Florida Housing Finance Corporation for low-income housing tax credits to Cardinal Point. Some of what we heard today was they want our community to invest more in housing for low-income individuals, and a case in point, this is one of those opportunities. Each board meeting, we endeavor to move the needle forward. This endorsement and award not only constitutes our Housing for All Task Force priority to add to our growing list of new affordable housing developments in the pipeline, but also serves a critical need for our seniors so that they have an affordable place to call home. We continue to value, expand, and strengthen our partnerships within the private sector to build and make available more affordable housing in our community. I'm proud of our staff's progress with now over 1,894 units in 11 developments, either under construction or in the review process here in Orange County today. So every day we're working to add to the available affordable housing within this community. And with that, Commissioner Moore, did you
I
have a
wanted
comment?
to add one more brag point about the consent agenda. It's over $11 million for the Wekiva septic to sewer projects. We're in phase 3, and thank you to the residents who are enduring their neighborhoods to be torn up to save our water supply in Wekiva Springs. And so this has been a very large project. Over 50% of those dollars come from the state. And so we're very proud of the work of Orange County Utilities and the citizens to move these projects forward.
All right, a lot going on here in our community. So with that, we're going to move forward on our agenda. We're going to move to the discussion agenda at this time. And we have a fairly quick item this morning. This is regarding a procurement item, and we're going to ask Ms. Tracy Atanasio to come forward, who will be framing this item for our procurement division. All right.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Oh, can you hear me now? Sorry about that. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. This item for discussion, item A1, begins on page 629 of your agenda. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for design services for Orange County Convention Center North-South Meeting Rooms renovation. I am requesting board selection of one firm and 3 ranked alternates. Commissioner Bonilla was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
I'll take it. I've got it.
And
Yeah, keep.
I was going to. And in the Commissioner's absence, Mayor, if you would like, I'm prepared to. Oh, you're okay. Sorry about that.
Commissioner Wilson
Yeah,
has
I
the
have the motion.
Okay, okay, so were you finished?
Yes.
Okay, so
Sorry.
Commissioner Wilson,
It's
Commissioner
okay, I can tell
Bonilla,
you're like, okay,
unfortunately,
they're all
could not
having
be
a
here. But,
moment. I just, yeah, I was going to say, I just happen to be the lucky one closest to admin over here, and I know that when there's an absence, we got to make sure that these motions happen. I want to make sure also as a point of clarification, because there was some confusion in addition to all the other discussions surrounding the convention center. This is about a renovation, not about a new project. So I want to frame that with the, to begin the motion. I move for the selection of TV's Florida Incorporated Architecture, 396.67 points, with Hellman Hurley Charvat at Peacock Architects Incorporated at 382 points, KZF Design LLC, doing business as KMF Architects at 327.50 points, and Architectural Design Collaborative Incorporated at 322 points as the ranked alternatives.
okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Moore.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you. We're going to move to the next item. Ms. Atanasio also has the next procurement item, and you're recognized.
Yes, this item begins on page 638 of your agenda. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for continuing engineering services for the Utilities Department. I am requesting board selection of 5 firms and 3 ranked alternates. Commissioner Scott was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right. With that, Commissioner Scott, do you have a motion?
Mayor, move for the selection of 5 firms, 3 ranked alternates to provide continuing engineering services for the Utilities Department. I move for the selection of Hazen and Sawyer at 505 points, CPH Consulting at 494 points, Tetra Tech Incorporated at 489 points, Barnes, Freeland and Associates at 486 points, and Cha Consulting at 478.33 points, with Black Viatech Corporation 455 points, Inwood Consulting Engineers at 447 points, and Woolport Incorporated 433 points as the ranked alternates.
Second, Gomez.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. And I can't let the moment go by. I must recognize the jacket that Commissioner Scott is wearing this morning. All right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
$79.99 clearance.
Okay. I would have never known, man. I thought it was more expensive. All right. All right. Next, we're going to move forward on our agenda this morning, and this is regarding the Orange County Citizen Safety Task Force and the work that they have done, and they've been very patient this morning. On February 23rd of this year, I reconvened the Orange County Citizen Safety Task Force, and I asked 2 thought leaders in our community to chair, co-chair that endeavor. Pastor Jim Coffin is a retired Interfaith Council executive director and pastor from this community. He was involved and co-chaired the prior Citizen Safety Task Force. He is joined by Dr. James R. Doggett, the senior pastor of Patmos Chapel. The 2 of them have co-led this effort. The task force was charged with re-examining the 2021 Citizen Safety Task Force report and making modifications as needed that strengthen our roadmap to reduce and prevent gun violence and, I dare say, violent crime within our community. The issues we face are not unique to our community. Let me repeat that again. The issues that we face are not unique to our community. Communities across the nation are struggling with gun violence and violent crime for a myriad of reasons. Orange County government cannot solve this issue alone. If government does not involve the people in coming up with solutions, then we will never reduce the crime challenges before us. It will take the continued efforts of our community-based agencies, law enforcement, faith-based leaders, prevention and intervention professionals, neighboring municipalities, and others to bring about the change we want to see and the change that our community needs. This morning, we pledged allegiance to one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That is the clarion call that we have right down to the local level. And so I want to thank our task force members for their service and commitment to the residents of Orange County. At this time, with all task force members who are present, please stand. I know we have had you here for quite the time this morning. Please join me in giving them honor. Thank you so much for your work. And with that, my Deputy Chief of Staff, Ms. Carol Burkett, has been one of the principal facilitators of the task force meetings. She has done a yeoman's job of just getting everything well coordinated. Thank you, Carol, for your efforts. Thank you for your leadership in working with this group. And so she's going to lead us off in the presentation. And with that, Ms. Burkett, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Mayor. It's my pleasure, and good morning, Commissioners. I am so happy to be here with our task force co-chairs and our task force members that are able to join us as we talk about the Citizen Safety Task Force report that will be presented to you today. I'm going to quickly go through the presentation outline. As the Mayor talked, we reconvened the task force, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. The community engagement and the 2023 Community Crime Survey key results will be highlighted. We'll also review the task force report and those 4 pillars of prevention, intervention, enforcement, and prosecution and the work that they did. We'll conclude with next steps and then the requested board action. As the Mayor just talked about reconvening the task force, they held their first meeting on March 31st of this year. And the goal of the task force, as you can see on the slide, remains the same as it did in 2020. And that was to identify strategies and solutions to reduce and prevent gun violence and violent crime in our community. The 4 pillars center around prevention, intervention, enforcement, and prosecution provided the structure to address that goal and the work of the task force. As you can see on the slide, each subcommittee had a focus area, and those areas did remain the same as they pursued their work. I want to highlight the task force was comprised of 33 diverse members who participated over this 3-month period, and their names will continue over the next couple of slides. As the Mayor mentioned, Pastor Coffin and Dr. Doggett were asked to lead the effort of the task force, and then the subcommittees immediately began their work after March 31st, and the co-chairs were significant in guiding those efforts. We want to thank the commissioners for their appointments to the task force. Each member was very engaged, passionate, and committed to providing their expertise and finding solutions to this issue in our community. It is now my pleasure to turn it over to Dr. Doggett, and he will discuss our community engagement efforts that the task force undertook and the 2023 Community Crime Survey key results.
Thank you. I also want to start out by saying thank you to the task force who poured in their energy, their time, their passion into the work that was assigned. They were selfless in their approach to it all. I want to thank the mayor for entrusting us with such an important task not long after being asked to serve in the capacity of co-chair. I was reminded of the gravity of the subject when I was called to officiate at the funeral of a 19-year-old young man who was senselessly shot along with his friend. And in ministering to the family, I did discover that this was not new to this family. In fact, his grandfather had been shot and killed, and his uncle had been shot and killed randomly. So this family was impacted, and it reminded me that the issue of gun violence is not just about statistics and discussions inside rooms, but it's about real lives and real people. Certainly the task force was aware that it was unable to come up with all of the answers, but in fact, the beauty of the task force process was the ability to connect with the community at large. Community engagement was, in fact, an integral part of the whole process. We had the opportunity, first of all, to have some 20 meetings where the community was allowed to share their points of view. And we got quite a few responses from the community at large. The task force also did relaunch the webpage and email. There were 2 community meetings, one in Apopka at Patmos Chapel and one at the Renaissance Senior Citizens Facility, the Senior Center. And we had approximately 40 people who were engaged in the discussions, and they left quite a few comments that in fact were heard, were factored in to the discussions and the decisions that were made. In addition to that, on April 10, the mayor, in his wisdom, and by the way, I think he's the wisest mayor definitely in this room, right? but beyond that, I've had the opportunity to work with several mayors in major cities, and I find him to be head and shoulders above all the rest. but he relaunched the crime survey. Yeah, I'm clapping in my heart. He relaunched the crime survey on April 10, I believe it was, and that was very important to get the perceptions of the citizens who are impacted by all of the decisions that are made and by crime in their communities. The survey, the community crime survey, was very interesting. First of all, it was widely distributed in a variety of ways, and it was presented in Spanish, Creole, and English. A lot of responses came in, approximately 2,508 responses. And on those 2,508 responses, there were approximately 10,000 comments made in the section of the survey that allowed just open responses and comments. That represented, the responses represent 47 of the 53 zip codes in Orange County. So it was widely distributed, and we got a better response this time than last time it was distributed. Here are some of the key findings of this survey. It indicates to us that there's been progress made, but there's still some work to do. First of all, 70% rated their feeling of safety as safe or very safe. Challenge here is that's a lower percentage than before. 49% stated that the level of gun violence and violent crime in the past 3 years has increased. That is a higher percentage than before. 54% of the respondents rated the level of police protection as excellent. 30% felt law enforcement makes it easy to provide input to them to help solve problems. 54% did not feel they had access to prevention and intervention programs, and 64% believed that there's a need to expand mentoring and intervention programs for youth and young adults. And now we will go to the task force report itself. Divided up into 4 subcommittees, as mentioned, there were a variety of meetings held, and there were robust discussions to come up with an analysis of the previous report that was made, how things are going, and what changes need to be made. You'll notice highlighted with yellow are the changes that are represented in the recommendations and the long and short-term goals of the previous report. There are 3 of the 7 recommendations that were modified under the prevention subcommittee category. First one is recommendation 2. Recommendation 2, the subcommittee was led by Lisa Early, who was very capable. In her discussions, there was robust discussion and opinions, and these 3 areas were modified and changed. Here are the changes. In the short-term actions, Credible Messenger program, Credible Messenger, which is a funded program that represents individuals who are street soldiers, so to speak, who are touching the lives of people right there in the trenches and making a real difference, especially with youth. The recommendation is to review the impact of the program and determine if additional funding is needed. A review and a decision made about proper funding to reach the goals of that program. And then secondly, to partner with municipalities to implement evidence-based community violence intervention models. In recommendation 5, the following changes were made. The recommendation is to create and implement a blueprint for local gun safety. This represented a challenge to the subcommittee because there are issues, there are statutory issues that have to be considered. Of course, the county staff can go ahead and be involved in education and passing out information and facts, but there are stipulations that limit the ability to do things like advocate for legislation. So the wise thing was to go ahead and refer this action to the Orange County Attorney's Office, along with the long and short-term goals that accompany this particular recommendation. And then the proposed long-term actions. Here is one that represents a change. Create an intersectional coalition to advise the Orange County Mayor and Commission. This particular issue was recommended to go to the Orange County Public Safety Coordinating Council. There is a desire to provide ongoing partnership addressing the goals associated with gun safety. And so this was the appropriate place to send it at this time. And then finally, proposed recommendations that were changed include number 7. Communicate key issues and programs to the community. Challenge being that people receive information in different ways. The proposed long-term actions include these 2. Disseminate information to the community, school district, and stakeholders regarding Orange County funded programs and services to make sure everyone is aware and knows about them. And then finally, to utilize different modalities and platforms since people receive their information in different types of ways. The beauty of the process is that, in fact, the community will continue to be involved in the way these things are enacted, and we do appreciate the opportunity to spend time discussing this important issue. I'm going to turn it over now to my competent co-chair, and that is Jim Coffin, Pastor Jim Coffin. I also want to say thank you before I sit down to Orange County staff who made this a lot easier with their professionalism. They are personable, and we appreciate the work that they do along with the work that you do, Mr. Mayor, sitting there with us at the table, making sure that your input was heard in this important subject.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doggett, and thank you for the great work that you have done. And it was a pleasure to work with you, and thanks to the mayor and the commission, and also the representatives from Orange County who worked with us on this project. Much appreciated. And thank you to all the entities within Orange County who are the ones who actually put into practice the kind of things that were suggested, and not just what we've suggested, but also many good ideas that they come up with on their own without any suggestion from outside. I would like to just say very briefly that the whole thing of gun violence is not just an academic issue for me. It's not something that's out there, doesn't really have any direct impact. When I was 16 years old, my parents took to raise a little girl who was 3 years old, who was the victim of gun violence. Her mother was shot and killed. Another bystander was shot and killed. She was shot through the spine and was paralyzed from mid-chest on down. And her older sister hid behind a couch and watched what was going on and went through the trauma even though she didn't receive any bullets. And so for more than 50 years, I've had the ongoing reminder, because my parents adopted these girls and they were part of our family, and had the ongoing reminder of the tremendous impact that gun violence can have. And you know, we read the reports in the newspaper, and then new reports come in and other things come in, and we don't really know the follow-through of what it's like. And I've had the privilege, and in some ways it is a privilege, to be able to help somebody who's gone through this kind of thing, but the privilege of seeing over many decades the ongoing impact of such terrible decisions that are made by people with guns in their hands. I'd like to report briefly on the Intervention Subcommittee and 2 other committees as well. The Intervention Subcommittee reviewed 7 recommendations and made modifications to 4 recommendations, or the actions that were associated with them. First of all, there was a proposed change to a 3-year vision as opposed to a 10-year vision, because it was felt that in the area of social services, there is so much new happening and so much information becoming available, the best practices, that 10 years is actually kind of a long term to be looking, and it would be better to keep it to 3 years. And so it was proposed that there be a shorter term. Also, the Credible Messenger program had been undertaken already, and it was to be continued and improved and expanded in some ways. One of the suggestions that came up was that we talk about prevention, intervention, and then enforcement. We go on to prosecution, and then it kind of stops. And there is sequelae that goes on. There are consequences that continue on. And so it was suggested, well, maybe we really should have a 5th pillar. And Miles Moraine is the one who made that suggestion. It wasn't presented as a 5th pillar. That sort of wasn't our structure that we were working in, but it was something that was put into the program. And it was to build a connection to the community to deal with the impact of gun violence on families, on the victims of the gun violence itself, and on the whole community. And this would be kind of overseen through the Credible Messenger program. And the Credible Messenger is, as Dr. Doggett suggested, is putting people into direct contact with the communities who have credibility with the community because they've been through some very rough times themselves. May have served time in prison or had other brushes with the law, that they have credibility with people who are on the edge. And so that has been moving well. Moving on to recommendation 5, it was to coordinate with mental health providers, an increase in the number of providers, and also an increase in hours, availability hours. And it's very difficult, particularly for some financially disadvantaged people, to go to appointments and so on during what we would think of as regular office hours. And so if those hours can be changed to where help can be more readily available, that would be very, very helpful. So the proposed short-term action is focused on enhancing life skills and training to include peace conflict resolutions. And these services need to be available at a time when they can be better utilized. Also, there are some things that were taken out from the previous recommendations that had come with the earlier task force. It had been proposed at that time that we utilize billboards for enhanced communication. Those who were looking at it this time said, there probably are other better ways to communicate and to get to the people who most need it. And so they suggested that we delete the billboard idea and that we work with youth, and then also deleted the working with youth to create and implement a social media communication channel. And instead, they proposed that we work with the public information officer of the county to make sure that the information gets out as far and wide as possible. And one of the challenges that any big organization has, and a county of this magnitude is a big organization, is to get the information to the people who need the information. And this is an ongoing problem that's not unique to this particular situation. But anything that can be done to let people know what is already available, and if there are improvements, what has been improved. And so the public information officer could do that. And another thing that they looked at is the use of community ambassadors. And there is already one community ambassador who has been doing a great job in connecting with the community to try to make sure that there's two-way feedback going back and forth. The proposed short-term actions include that the community ambassador connect with law enforcement agencies and community stakeholders regarding ongoing community events and services. And that this person would be a kind of community ambassador or a county ambassador when various events are being held. Going on to the next recommendation 2, to use county media platforms to partner and assist law enforcement agencies in increasing awareness of the evidence-based practices and non-traditional approaches in community policing. And so across the board, the need to communicate and to get the word out is very, very crucial. The proposed short-term action here is to make sure that this information is being shared back and forth. Coming on, I was moving on to enforcement here, I guess, and didn't make the distinction. The proposed recommendation is to implement public safety workshops with law enforcement agencies and community stakeholders, and that these would be done by a third-party facilitator. And this was a recommendation that it be deleted because law enforcement agencies are already holding this kind of workshop. They're doing this kind of thing, and the need for having the third-party facilitator wasn't seen as something that was necessary, and it also didn't fit in as well with what already is being done. The subcommittee recommended that this be deleted because these workshops are already being held. We come to the next proposal, and proposal 4, and it was to assist the Orange County Sheriff's Office Behavioral Response Unit and Orlando Department's community response teams to increase awareness of their programs and services. And so there is some overlap here between the various subgroups that were working, and they all were emphasizing the idea of better communication, getting the word out. And so we move on now to the final area of prosecution. In the former recommendations, there was a suggestion that it would be good to have geographic stewards where prosecutors actually interacted with specific segments of the community to kind of create a bond there. And that didn't get off the ground because neither at the federal level nor at the local level, the county level, did they have the personnel and the funding to make it happen. And so that's kind of been put on ice, as it were. Great idea, but not practical to implement at this point. Recommendation number 2 was to implement a civil citation diversion program, or not just to implement, but it was already there actually, and to encourage it. And that was talked about again this time. However, due to recent announcements by the state attorney's office, the newly appointed state attorney has suspended all diversion programs except for pretrial diversion through the state and the county probation program. There were 4. Let me just see here. We'll go back. There was a recommendation that there be a legislative advocate, someone who could have communication with Tallahassee to try to create better protection for witnesses. In the survey that was given, it wasn't actually reported here, but there was a very small response of people who had actually faced some violent crime that were willing to actually go and report the crime, and fewer still who would be willing to stand up and be a witness at trial. And a lot of that has to do with fear. And so if there could be laws, statewide laws that were made that would guarantee protection better, that would be helpful. It was also considered important by the prosecution committee that that while we wanted to make sure that we did not create criminal records for people unnecessarily, thus the diversion idea, at the same time, it needs to be made crystal clear that this is not soft on gun crime. There needs to be very strong statements made by the task force, by the state attorney's office, that gun cases will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, that this is not going to be something that's treated casually. There was a recommendation to increase the number of cameras, the surveillance cameras, to help law enforcement as they're trying to bring to justice those who are perpetrators. And then there were a number of recommendations with respect to questions that might be asked in future crime surveys, such as if you have perpetrated a gun violence, a crime of gun violence, what would have prevented you from committing that crime? Have you had communication with prosecuting authorities in the past year? And if so, were you a victim or a witness? Do you know how the prosecution system works? And those kind of questions would be good to ask. And so we move on now to what the next steps would be. And the county, as a response to our first task force, they set up a kind of an intra-county group, a cross-departmental team that was working together to look at the implementation of those things that could be implemented. And so we would recommend that same group continue to take these new recommendations under their umbrella, and that they coordinate with each other. And also, we would encourage them to report back regularly to the Board of County Commissioners and the mayor, so that what's being done is actually made aware, made visible. And so those are the next steps that we would suggest, and we're requesting. Our request is that the Orange County Citizen Safety Task Force report be accepted by the County Board of Commissioners here. And so we leave it in your hands now at this point. And I would like to just add one small thing, but I think it's an important thing, to the task force report, which it doesn't say. And I think it's something that we mustn't lose sight of. And that is, it doesn't say that in a week or in a month or in a year or even in a decade, this is all going to be resolved because we have provided the elixir, the panacea that's going to take care of it all. What we have tried to provide is a fresh look at it, suggestions where we can fine-tune more, where we can take things that may be actually being done quite well and make them be done even better, and where we can improve and move closer to the ideal, although we recognize that in the world we live and where we move and have our being, that there are going to continue to be problems, but we want to mitigate and minimize as much as possible. Again, I'd like to thank all in Orange County who have played a role, directly or indirectly, in making this task force possible, and all those who played a role in the task force, and all the agencies that are working hard to do the kind of things that the task force has expressed concerns about. Thank you very much.
All right, for the task force, great work, great citizen involvement. A number of meetings were held. They were all covered by Orange TV Live, where citizens throughout the county could see the transparency in the dialogue that was underway. And from the very beginning, we knew that the work that they were doing would have sometimes its challenges. After all, there was a tragic shooting that happened. You all remember that on February 22nd, a lone gunman claiming 3 innocent lives. One of them was a 9-year-old girl, a news journalist, and an adult female. When you have that type of violence in your community, it kind of permeates across the country. And we were in the spotlight for some reasons that we didn't want to be in the spotlight. And it was the next day that we came together as a community and had a dialogue, had a press conference, community engagement. The sheriff was there and participated, and it was at that time we reconvened this task force. And the sheriff is here today to demonstrate his commitment to this issue. And Sheriff, we do have members of the board who have expressed the desire to speak. They may have questions for you, or they may have questions for the task force, or they may have comments. So I'm going to call on the members of the board in the order in which they press that button to speak today, and we'll begin with Commissioner Christine Moore.
Okay, thank you so much for all your work on this committee. When we talk about the zip codes that are most concerning for are in District 2, and we've certainly had some situations in the south of Apopka area where we've had cousins, family members, and a little bit of research, because I live in Apopka, really comes back to this age group, probably from about 18 to 25. I think we're doing a pretty good job with our counseling, our work through the public school system. So I'm really hoping this Credible Messenger program gets off the ground and can really reach that next age group, because it's just heartbreaking to hear of a 19-year-old murdered and then 21-year-old cousin going to jail. I mean, it's just a terrible situation. So my question to you, Ms. Burkett, and we had a briefing yesterday and got into a lot more details than we really can today. But in order for follow-up and for us to review data, could you explain a little bit about, is that through the Orange County Public Safety Coordinating Council, or through your department, or through the Sheriff's Office, that we can put some data to these plans to see how they're working long-term?
Absolutely, Commissioner. Thank you for that question. And it is the cross-departmental team that Pastor Coffin mentioned that's led by Carla Bell Johnson, and I have the opportunity to participate. So we do incorporate data from the Sheriff's Office that he provides, as well as data from the programs that we're funding through that $2 million that the board approved in 2021. And as we talked about implementing those strategies and those programs and services, we do those that are evidence-based with Fidelity. So we have that data and that measurement that we can show you if these programs are progressing and how they're moving forward. So we do use a variety of data sources, but it's that cross-departmental team led by our Deputy County Administrator.
Well, I look forward to, hopefully we can review the data yearly and still break it out by zip code, because that's very helpful.
Absolutely.
All right, and thank you, committee, for all your work.
And Ms. Burkett is correct that no less than on an annual basis, there will be a comprehensive report that will be done by staff with all of the data points to make certain that we are doing what we said we would do. Sometimes the actual update happens before the annual update, and it's driven by sometimes the activities that happen within our community. And I hope that we don't have the type of grave situations that I described earlier occur frequently in our community. But we're very fortunate that within our community we have a very engaged law enforcement agency. Our county is very engaged, and I know Sheriff Mina has the Sheriff Citizens Advisory Council that is still in place. Of course, it is constituted with input from the Board of County Commissioners. You get to recommend a person to serve on that. I'm very well aware. I see the social media posts about the Sheriff's Teen Academy, the Sheriff's Citizens Police Academy that is underway, and even here within Orange County, we have our Safe Neighborhoods program that Neighborhood Services facilitates. We have our drug-free office with a standing group of individuals working to make certain that we reduce the prevalence of drug usage within our community. We do have within the 9th Judicial Circuit here, statutorily we're required to have a public safety coordinating council. The chief judge and I co-chair that with different officers of the courts where we come together and get citizen input there. Then there is the Circuit Courts Citizens Academy that they have in place. And then within each one of our municipalities, they have the Citizens Review Board, the capabilities to hear from the citizens through that source as well. In the state of Florida, the courts have ruled that you cannot force a sheriff to have a citizen review board, but to Sheriff Mina's credit, he has the Sheriff Citizens Advisory Council that does work similar to what, in some instances, that a citizen review board may do as well, but even more expansive than that. So what I'm saying to you is that there are different points within our community where our citizens are engaged in this whole sphere of community safety. I certainly remain committed to that, and from time to time when I see something that occurs, from a countywide perspective, inclusive of unincorporated Orange and the cities, I think it's wonderful when we can come together across the jurisdictional boundaries to do the work that we did in this case. Because we are crossing jurisdictional boundaries, it does not lend itself to having permanency in terms of the structure. And it is very taxing on my staff because they do this work in addition to the other work that they are doing. And my style of leadership is to engage the citizens in making decisions for themselves and give us the input. And I'm going to continue to do that. And that means that my staff will continue to be tasked with some of those. We'll probably in the very near future announce another task force that we'll be putting together. And so it's because of that, just the breadth of what we're doing, that we do try to manage these issues. So I wanted to speak comprehensively to, I believe, what you were questioning and inferring there. So with that, we're going to move to Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. One of my questions, thank you, Carol. Thank you, staff, team, board. Awesome. One of my questions was that exactly, who's going to monitor and inform over here, and you already said that, but I have a few other questions. And this is what Pastor Coffin says as well. In, I don't know the number, number 14, the slide number 14, it says that the short-term action, it says to include prenatal care, child care, is that if the victim or the customer or the client or so is working, or why we are providing this?
That was an action from the intervention committee that they wanted to make sure that we expanded those services. Very similar short-term action was in the first report, Commissioner, but we wanted to make sure that we were making sure residents knew how to access those services regardless of whether they were a victim of a crime or their family had been impacted. But we make those accessible through our community action centers and through our community service providers. So we start early when we intervene with these issues, that we have that early childhood care and prenatal care. So we have those services for that family.
Okay, that's good. Then my other question is, and that is in slide 15. Also, he mentioned about the hours of operation, the extra hours, and I think I talked to you about this as well.
Yes.
Because we have victims, and so they have a job, and so, but they cannot miss, an hour of mental health therapy or counseling, and not an hour. It could be 2, because the time they get there and then the time they go back in the working hours. And I have to say this because they have been, because I'm involved in the mental health field. They call and I said, but I cannot miss my job if I can go after. So it would be good if we can acts as a requirement, that they, open until 9, and then the therapist doesn't have to, start early and provide that help for them because they need it. And that sometimes one of those requirements is that they cannot miss job or they have to stick with the job, and then we don't make it easy for them either. So we have to try to work on that. So I like that one that they put there.
Commissioner, that was a recommendation from 2021, so we have engaged through our Community and Family Services Department and our existing mental health providers to provide additional funding so they can contract hours for those non-traditional after hours. And we can certainly get you more information on that and who's providing those services. But we have engaged that process with our mental health service providers.
Very good. And I wanted to, I have another one. Okay, this is for Sheriff Mina. I wanted to ask him about the behavioral unit. Is court involved in that when the unit is called in?
Is who involved?
Is when the behavioral unit is called in. Is court involved as well?
No, only if it goes to any kind of criminal prosecution. So just since its inception, over the past 2 years, the Behavioral Response Unit has responded to 8,000 different incidents of people in mental crisis and had made 0 arrests. So all those people are getting the services that are needed. And that could be committed under a Baker Act, but mostly directed them to different services, mental counseling or drug abuse counseling. And then what they also do is they provide follow-up to make sure that people are attending the counseling and also even taking the medication that is needed to help them through their crisis.
And I have to say thank you because I have received some feedback about the behavioral unit and it's working. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, my other question, Carol. Thank you, Sheriff. Can you explain the slide number 16, Community Ambassador?
Community Ambassador. Yes, Commissioner, that was a program that started in 2021, and the first report was to be able to have someone work in the community, much like a pilot program, because we know one person cannot cover the expanse of our county. And we do have someone on board. Ms. Rump has been our community ambassador and has been well engaged with our neighborhood councils and at our community meetings, working closely with law enforcement. So it's an opportunity, if accepted by the board, for us to take that back, look at it, and see how we can expand that and have more community ambassadors to really connect our residents, our law enforcement, and the county's resources and services.
Awesome. And my last question is from slide 21. It says here that there will be, some questions to follow. Who will be making these questions? Like, for example, perpetrated a crime of gun violence. What will that prevent you from committing? Who will be asking those questions?
So these are suggested questions for future community crime surveys. And I can say we have the privilege of working with our statistician out at our Orange County Corrections Department that helped us develop the first survey that had training and in that survey methodology. So we would just take these as suggestions, Commissioner. That was one of the pillars when we looked at the community crime survey. We talked about prevention, we talked about intervention and enforcement, but we really didn't have a question that spoke to prosecution. So these are some samples, but look to incorporate, if we go out again, something that speaks to prosecution.
And thank you for that. But my question is because, for example, if the person say, oh, because I was hungry, I needed food, and I had to go and rob whatever, the convenience store or whatever, what will we do with that? Will we provide services, or what are we going to do with any answer that comes?
Oh, with the information. I'm sorry. Yes, because we did get a lot of comments. It depends on if we have the email that we can connect that person to those services, recommend them to United Way and our various community services. We'd absolutely do that.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Carol. I want to start out by thanking the entire task force committee members, subcommittee members, and everybody who participated to tune into those or to attend any of those. I mean, you really saw a wide cross-section. A lot of times I didn't necessarily agree with what was being said by some folks that showed up, but I really felt like it was important that we saw representation far and wide and a really engaged discussion that allowed things to come to the table that people are not comfortable talking about. And so I just really want to thank you all for that. I know it's been a heavy lift from your office. And Carol, you've just always put together to me such an amazing summary of things, because I know this was a very complex process. Sort of digging in a little bit into the recommendations from the past committee, I want to applaud the Credible Messenger program that was implemented, and believe that continued support of that program and how quickly can we get them trained and out there is going to be so important in the success of it. I think there's that window. And then, at least in the community where I am, and it's interesting because Commissioner Moore and I, we have cousins in our districts that are battling. And so you look at sometimes, victims become the next perpetrators, and it can happen so fast. And so my discussions with some of our Credible Messenger providers now have been incredible, that they've said, if I can get there in time, we can really do something. But if too much time goes by, that retribution has started rolling. So, I think that the timing of it, and of course we're government, so bureaucracy is a thing, and I want to get out of our way sometimes, which to that point, I believe that continuing to support the ambassador program is big. If that works, I think at least I can speak for mine, I believe probably all of us here, we all know those people anyway. We've got those ambassadors. If we can make them official and make them, the connection to those resources, or however that works, I would really support that. Continue to support the Sheriff's Behavioral Response Unit. The pilot is clearly, there's been a positive outcome, and we really need to be able to figure out how to make sure that is a sustainable and growing program, knowing that it is maybe some cost on the front end and a lot of savings on the back end of not just money, but also people's, emotions and lives and families. So I think that is a continued, priority I think we should all focus on. My sort of questions to, and then this is, going to be, I think, Carol, for people in our organization, is that some of these interventions and their definitions have been pretty formal. And so knowing how we can build out a better network of interventions. So, for instance, if I have a young man that comes forward and says, I have an after-school basketball program, and I want to be able to utilize a basketball court at Orange County. It takes an act of Congress to figure this out for him. And so he finally went to the City of Winter Garden. City of Winter Garden came to me and said, can I help you figure this out? We will provide the staffing if we could just get the court for a couple hours. Still, to this day, can't quite nail down the differences between the ability to utilize the brick and mortar at a neighborhood services to their family versus a community center versus the community action centers, and who has the discretion for programming at all times, because sometimes it feels like, well, if they've already given the evidence for this, then they can just go right in. But if they haven't and they're a startup, which, by the way, Credible Messengers are our boots on the ground type of interventions, and we want them to say, I haven't done this before. Bureaucracy is not my thing. That's who we need. Why are we making it so difficult for them to access and utilize what we have as brick and mortar? And that to me is something that we have to untangle if we're really going to see this come off a shelf and be successful. My appointee, I want to thank her, Chloe. She was the one that she really brought to me the concern, because she has a group. She has she started up something called I Am Her, and it's really a self-esteem empowering group. And she tries to do these events for women, young mothers in her community. And the barriers she's had, just doing like a tea in the buildings that we have, they're in walking distance of all the people that she has been, trying to help lift. It was really frustrating for her. She came to me. I continue to be frustrated. So I just want to make sure, now we have her captured. Maybe she's our next ambassador. And that we can really figure out how to untangle ourselves from the bureaucracy. And I understand it's necessary to get the insurance in place. I know it's necessary to have the contracts, but I want to make sure we're also being really practical and timely. So with that, I thank everybody. I look forward to next steps and seeing where we are a year from now. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for the work on the CSF Task Force. Carol, my first question will be for you. One of the task force members, Miles Moran, mentioned about a survivor program having services in place for survivors of crimes, right? And so I want to know kind of, what further discussions, can you expand on it a little bit? And to give you a reference point of something I'm dealing with right now. So over the weekend, a number of kids who I've worked with over the years were victims of shootings. One young man was shot. He's okay. But he also witnessed another young lady who unfortunately died. The young lady is the girlfriend of another kid I mentor. And so in my thought process is, okay, how do I deal with the young man, the mental health aspect of him, because we were trying to get him in school. So now we have to make sure that he is mentally good after experiencing this, the physical and the mental. And then the other young man who's lost his girlfriend. And to give detail of how these kids work, this young man FaceTimed one of his other mentors with New Image Youth Center as an example and said, hey, I've been shot, before he even called the police. Wow. And so when we talk about like surviving traumatic experiences beyond the physical, beyond the criminal aspect, can you speak to the conversations around the Survivor program or that?
So yes, Miles Moraine, who is one of the task force members and served on the intervention committee, proposed this program, and you see it as one of the short-term actions where we would develop something, and it's under the umbrella of the Credible Messenger, but really bringing in those supportive services, whether they were a victim of a crime, they're a neighbor witnessing the crime, or the family member of the crime. We know our emergency responders go to immediately those situations and render the aid and everything that's necessary, but sometimes we see the family members and others that are left in the fray that need those assistance, that are suffering and probably will suffer from trauma, and what kind of supportive services can we incorporate in this program to be able to deliver in through our Credible Messengers is the umbrella that we're looking at now. So it's looking at those ongoing supportive services and really addressing that trauma that we know that so many of the neighbors and surrounding community members face when a tragedy like that does happen in the community. And he actually showed some video footage of an incident that occurred and young boys that witnessed it, and it wasn't, unfortunately, their first time witnessing gunshots, and just having someone speak to them because they had not had someone talk to them about what they were feeling, what they were going through, how safe did they feel, what services might they need. And so that was the impetus for that recommendation in the program. So that's something county staff would obviously, after today, take back and look at what those components would look like.
So also, Commissioner Scott, I think that I'm going to ask Sheriff Mina to respond to that question, because the sheriff has, they work and facilitate these types of issues through the Victims Advocate Program and a chaplaincy program, and they're in place to kind of coordinate this. So I'm going to ask the sheriff to kind of speak to your question.
Thanks, Mayor. So anytime we have a violent crime like that, we do assign our victim advocates to reach out to the victims if they survive, and their families, of course, to see what services they're in need of. And so that's the connection.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff. I'm going to have a question for you in a moment. Ms. Beeson, if you could speak to the success or just how the progress of the civil citation program, and then Carol, if you could talk about kind of just the changes and maybe what's going on with that, whether that's going to continue or conversations you've had with, so, sorry.
Certainly, Commissioner. I'll just share with you the numbers. As of August the 1st, there have been 110 citations issued by the various law enforcement agencies, primarily Orange County Sheriff's Office and Orlando Police Department. 15 referrals made directly by the State Attorney's Office. With regard to completions, there have been 55 successful completions, 26 non-compliant or unsuccessful, and currently 44 persons working towards completion.
Okay, cool.
Commissioner, in response to what Pastor Coffin discussed with the recent action of the State Attorney's Office, we have not been in conversation with them, but that was the quote of the State Attorney's Office, that all diversion programs were suspended for now. I think he went on to say that as he evaluates those programs, but except for the probation, pretrial diversion through state or county probation. So we've not yet had any conversations.
Understood. Thank you. Sheriff, if you could, it's kind of a two-part question. One, speak to, I guess, the receptiveness or lack thereof, I mean, it may be too soon to say, of how that program helped or as it relates to giving out citations. Was it a good tool, still kind of evaluating? And then the other piece is, I've noticed really an increase in how you guys engage in events and in particular social media. I remember seeing something this morning about a deputy identifying someone who didn't have furniture, and they did furniture. So one, speak to the citation program, and also just tell me, has that helped allow people to engage you more? Because I know you guys are the experts, but what helps you do your job is when people see something and say something. And so has those efforts to engage the community in other ways allowed more responsiveness and acceptance when trying to resolve crimes and things like that?
Great question. So the Adult Civil Citation Program was a pilot program developed by the State Attorney's Office to basically give us another tool to deal with low-level offenders, misdemeanor, cannabis, petty thefts, pushing, shoving, fighting, primarily for people who have not been in a lot of trouble with the law. And at the Sheriff's Office, if you go back to the inception, we've written over 200 of those citations. And really what that does for us, that frees us up to handle violent crime. And so, but still hold people accountable for some of those lower level offenses. And so in freeing up that time to prevent and combat violent crime, that also gives us time to engage with the community. My commanders are tasked with making sure they're reaching out, making sure they know their community. And the lady you talked about, it's because they know their community and where they work that person was in need of some furniture, and so we're able to help with that. And then further on the Adult Civil Citation Program, I have spoken with the new state attorney, and we are going to have a continuing discussion about that, and I will tell him that I'm in full support of the Adult Civil Citation Program, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Sheriff. And just kind of unrelated, if you could share, because a lot of the engagement we have in our various community meetings is about patrol and more deputies and speeding. Like, if you could just briefly share about the changes in the sectors or how that's going to help the addition of the sectors.
Yeah, so it's been a long process, but we're basically had done a study years ago under Mayor Demings to increase the number of sectors, which will put more deputies inside the neighborhoods, and also we expanded the COPS program, community-oriented policing, through the Department of Justice. Have received several grants for that, all of which you have also approved for us for additional staffing. And so to kind of give you an example, what that COPS program has done, it's again for deputies, additional deputies in communities like Pine Hills to not only combat violent crime, but to also engage with the community. So if you go back 10 years when the COPS unit was first formed in Pine Hills, crime in Pine Hills has decreased by 51%. So those programs are very successful. And again, the deputies are not only combating violent crime and arresting some very bad people, they're also engaging with our youth and getting them to go on a positive path.
Cool. Thank you, Sheriff. And then my last question is for Captain Strange. Captain Strange, along the same lines, you're responsible for Sheriff Sector 1, and that's going to expand over into some of the Pine Hills area. I see you more often than not at a lot of the community meetings. So if you could just share for us, like, how has it helped you better lead the deputies, better inform the deputies of the community? Because, as a captain, you could delegate a lieutenant, a sergeant, or whomever to come on your behalf. You can come here and there, but you make it a point to come consistently, and I appreciate it. And I'm just curious, how has it benefited you and ultimately the deputies and how you serve and approach the different citizens in your area?
I think the most important part is understanding that we serve a wide array of people. And when you're always going to the people in the worst day of their lives, it's easy to get jaded and get caught up in that. But when you can see the other side of the people in the community that want you there, that need you there, and want you to be a presence, it changes the way that you operate, and it changes the way that you lead our deputies. So for us, and under the direction of the sheriff, we have always been very proactive in our law enforcement with that added engagement of the community. And it's a two-pronged effort. You can't have one without the other.
Thank you, Captain. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, and Sheriff, people are watching through Orange TV, and they're watching through our online platform. And someone asked a question
recently there was an incident, I think it was in Mississippi, where there was a 10-year-old child arrested by law enforcement for, I believe, the alleged crime was urinating in the public. And so what the members of our public are now asking is, what kind of community standard do we have? And so who better than the sheriff to respond to, what they could anticipate from our community if a similar set of facts occurred?
That would be one of the easiest questions I've ever answered. So I have made it very clear to our deputies, based on my own experiences as a kid, that we didn't come into this profession to put kids in handcuffs, right? We are laser focused on people who are committing violent crimes in our community, people who are illegally carrying firearms, people who are sticking a gun in someone's face. So low-level misdemeanor offenses, especially involving our youth, are not at all a priority. As a matter of fact, our juvenile arrests have decreased over the past 5 years by over 50%. Because, again, we are only arresting the worst of the worst, and we're not going to put handcuffs on a juvenile who happens to make a poor choice.
Thank you. To the benefit of our viewing audience and listening audience, I thought it would be important for you to weigh in on that. With that, we're going to move then to Commissioner Uribe.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the task force members. You guys, your passion for this is overwhelming, and everyone that's on this board. I know that my representative, Dr. Jose, Father Jose, really tried to bring a different perspective, and I hope that as we move forward and you guys meet, the cultural issue continues to be front and center. And, he represented a huge Hispanic, undertaking, and things are viewed differently in different cultures. And I think we're so diverse as a county now, we have to make sure that that's front and center when we're talking about it. And even now, when I saw 32822 was added, that's an enormous Hispanic community. That is the Azalea Park, Inglewood area. So what that says is the last time it wasn't on the zip codes, this time it is. So we're seeing that violence and crime growing. One thing I did want to ask, and as I read through these, is substance abuse. Are we discussing addiction and substance abuse? I know we're talking very prevalent about mental health, but substance abuse is out there. I mean, we just had Dr. Pino in front of us about these programs and what we're going to do to help our community. And my goal, my hope is that we will look at juvenile recovery too. I mean, right now we're looking at adult recovery, but where are we on discussing that?
So, Commissioner, on the recommendation that would probably fall under prevention, it's under that umbrella of behavioral health when we look at substance abuse and mental health. And we do work closely with Dr. Hall and the Drug-Free Office and the prevention, intervention, and recovery treatment efforts that they have ongoing.
Okay. I know I said this in our briefing yesterday. The ones that we don't see at the table are young people. And here we are trying to make an influence and talk about young people. And young people are on a different page. I just got done completing my 6 mentors, 11th grade to 12th graders. And having a teenager myself and a 6-year-old, they're on, a lot of times, this is almost like a joke to them when they think adults are making decisions about what they think is relevant. And I know it's difficult because when it comes to minors, we have to be careful. There's all that legality. But we need to have young people at the table. We need to hear from them directly because what they're, one of the things that you brought up, Pastor, which is so huge, is the mental crisis and that support of when they see violence. My goodness, I saw someone die, and that stayed with me. And it wasn't a violent crime. It was somebody who was hit by a vehicle and died. That stays with you. So imagine seeing violent crime. It's at a whole other level, especially when there's a connection. But if we really want to talk about how we're going to affect the youth need to be involved. And until we see them at the table and they're telling you what they're going through on a day-to-day basis, I know Commissioner Scott, that's his passion a lot, and he knows what he's seeing. We definitely have to do that. I want to thank Sheriff Mina because your CIT training, your continual commitment to behavior response, which we get to see with the CRC, is admirable. Also, I would be remiss, Major Torres, understanding that cultural part, making sure your officers are out with us hand in hand when we're doing things. So at food drive events, at back to school events, anything like that, you're really, and thank you for allowing me to be part of the video for your re-award, because that's what it's really all about. It's that trust factor, is that somebody would know that they could feel safe going to a law enforcement officer. Just, I remember as a kid, we always said we could be safe with a police officer or a firefighter. And somehow, you know, young people don't necessarily think that. And what you guys are doing proactively is helping create that. There's nothing like seeing police officers enjoy eating at different establishments around town, you know, just being one of us. So that's really great. Again, I commend you for your passion, your service, really diving in. I am a little concerned about oversight. There's a lot of grand ideas here, and I would love to see that. I know the last time we did a lot of, you guys did this before, and we saw the impact, but then we're back here again with continual violent crime. So I'm a little concerned about the broad oversight. I'm also a little concerned about the state attorney's commitment on what you guys have planned on here, which is preventing that. But until we bring the young people that we're talking about to the table, we're going to keep having these conversations about them and not with them. So thank you again for all you guys do.
Commissioner Scott, did you have a final?
Oh, just one comment. Because I've heard this from a number of law enforcement officers, both with the Sheriff's Office, Orlando Police, and I think it's just important to say, and especially for those who are watching or listening, like when you're working with young people, particularly our youth, elementary age kids, and they are in the store, you're out in public, and they're doing something, they're being kids, and there's a law enforcement officer by, and you say, hey, don't do that, or I'm going to get that policeman to arrest you. Don't say that. That lays a foundation of fear, and it scares the kids very early so that then they don't even want to engage because they remember that they were doing something. Maybe they raised their voice, maybe they grabbed some candy and weren't supposed to, and they're automatically afraid of law enforcement because mom said, hey, don't do that. I'm going to get that guy to arrest you. And so when your kids are having challenges, you're frustrated, just be patient with them knowing that they're kids. But yeah, I just wanted to say that, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, and as we kind of wrap up, there are a number of ways that we are engaging with youth. In fact, we had a student that was a member of this task force, but in terms of programs, our programs are designed to really fill the gap related to our youth. Orange County has, the last procurement told me, I think some 400 plus different community-based organizations that we are contracted with, that we are paying to engage with youth, to spend time with them in the neighborhoods where they live. We are one of the few counties, Carol, I don't know here in Central Florida if we're the only county that has a drug-free office or not. But so we are forward-leaning in what we're doing. The sheriff recently enacted a teen drivers program, and the Teen Academy continues to be an opportunity to engage with our youth. And in those different forums, the youth are advising us. And this summer, we engage with Orange County Public Schools through a program where the youth essentially worked here and were briefed and had the opportunity to spend some time in our various county departments. So could we do better? Absolutely, in terms of how we engage with youth. I believe Commissioner Scott has a program that he's been working with through the city of Orlando. He couldn't do that here within Orange County. It'd be a violation. But he's been engaged with youth for a long period of time. I know that I've been engaged with him with different youth programs in previous role that I play here in the community. So with that, we've had a comprehensive presentation. I'm going to move the requested action this morning before us to accept the Orange County Citizen Safety Task Force. It does not mean that we may not be back here again, because that's the way crime is. We are not perfect. We endeavor to be perfect as a community, but these are the types of things that we are unfortunately going to have to address from time to time based upon the real life circumstances right here in our community. So I move the action. Is there a second?
Gomez, second.
Second, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you all for your collective presence, those of you on the task force today. Look forward to seeing you soon. And as we move forward on our agenda this morning, heavy agenda, a lot of important issues. Before we go into the next item, the discussion item related to our tourist development tax, someone this morning brought up, what are we doing to address homelessness and those types of issues here? Well, also on the consent agenda this morning, through the American Rescue Plan Act funds granted to Second Harvest Food Bank of Central Florida, more than 8 million pounds of food have been distributed to Orange County residents through their partner agencies. This is equivalent to more than 6.8 million meals that we are directly involved in within our community. They've conducted nearly 300 mobile food distribution events with the food that has been provided. We have served some 628,000 individuals and families through this effort. The Bring Hope Home program, which provides meal boxes to elderly, homebound, or immune-compromised households, delivered more than 24,000 boxes of food to more than 35,000 individuals. Second Harvest completed 43 capacity-building projects comprised of 35 refrigerators or freezers, 4 pallet jacks, and 5 commercial shelving units. This equipment helped provide additional refrigerated storage space to partner agencies around our county, thereby increasing the amount of food they can store at their location. And as of July 31st of this year, there have been 13 commissioner mobile drops. Our commissioners are engaged in this process, which distributed nearly 147,000 pounds of food and more than 122,000 meals to nearly 54,000 individuals. In all, our American Rescue Plan Act funds provided to Second Harvest by Orange County have helped to provide 7,289,511 meals to neighbors in our community. So while we have the conversation about our tourist development tax receipts, I think I would be remiss if I didn't also point out to you that we are moving the needle in a lot of different ways in our community just on the agenda from today. So I want our community to understand that in addition to the heavy lift that we have to deal with as we kind of go to the next item on the agenda, this next item involves a discussion about the Orange County Tourist Development Tax and potential funding decisions. This discussion is predicated upon recommendations provided to the Board of County Commission by the Tourist Development Tax Task Force and the financial guidance provided to the Board of County Commission by Controller Phil Diamond, who is on the dais with us today. As you are aware, we offered a transparent process which included, for the first time in the history of TDT tax collection, significant involvement of private citizens. They were provided with a review of historic TDT expenditures, statutory requirements, and the methodology used in prior financial decisions. The task force reviewed current requests for funding made by 52 different organizations totaling over $3.5 billion in financial support, requested support through the Orange County Tourist Development Tax. While we have the blessing of substantial revenues and over $300 million in reserve funds, the $3.5 billion in requests exceed our financial capacity today. A number of organizations came forward. Those combined requests exceed our financial capacity today. As a result, in correspondence to the Board of County Commission dated August 17, 2023, Comptroller Diamond provided a very conservative estimate of a spending range of $800 million to $900 million that could be available for bonding TDT-eligible projects at this time. This means that we do not have the fiscal capacity to fund all the requests, and therefore, we're limited in what we can spend. The Board of County Commission now has the difficult task of trying to prioritize which projects advance. In a letter dated August 18th, I provided you, the Board of County Commission, the members of our community, with an option, just an option, for moving forward based on conversations with the controller and county staff. I remind you that this is a conservative approach that embodies the fiscally responsible and conservative approach adopted by each of the Board of County Commission boards in the past. We heard from Mayor Chapin earlier, and she talked about that 40-year experience. We just celebrated the 40-year anniversary of our Orange County Convention Center. Today, you will hear more details to help frame the conversation. This is a conversation that the board is going to have in the public today. As a Board of County Commission, we will deliberate over prioritizing how we will spend the people's money. I believe that we can phase what was recommended by the Tourist Development Task Force as our financial capacity increases. This means that while we may not make any final financial decisions about spending TDT revenue today, the goal is to obtain general direction from the Board of County Commission on the future of unencumbered TDT revenues. Regardless, we must live within our financial means, get the biggest return on these investments, and take care of the entire community at the same time. That is the challenge before our board today, is how do we use the money to take care of our entire community at the same time. So this begins our conversation as a board in the public. I'm going to ask my Chief of Staff, Ms. Roseanne Harrington, to come forward. She's going to lead off with the presentation to review how we got to where we are today, and then we'll have further conversation. Ms. Harrington, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. I'm pleased to be here today, and I will be co-presenting with Fred Winterkamp, Manager of Fiscal and Business Services. Our presentation outline. Today we will cover the purpose of the work session, the TDT Citizens Advisory Task Force recommendations, supplemental information that has been received, a financial analysis, and Mayor Deming's proposal, and then next steps. So as the mayor said, the purpose for the work session today is to obtain direction from the Board of County Commissioners on the use of unencumbered TDT revenues. The mayor also mentioned in paneling the TDT Citizens Advisory Task Force last March. And this group comprised of 31 individuals, of which 6 of them were appointed by each of the commission districts, 10 from our municipalities within Orange County. We also had representation from labor and our diverse chambers, including Hispanic, African American, and Pride Chamber. We also had small businesses, large businesses, hospitality, and tourism. So the goal here was to get a diversity of thought and geographic diversity also. As the mayor mentioned, that we received 55 applications, 52 of which were called down for review. Right now, the county has 2 grant programs. One is ARC that is available for projects from $2 million up towards $10, $20 million. They've never gone higher than 12 or 13 million. And then we have Arts and Cultural Affairs that has a cap of $2 million. So the decision was made to go ahead and pull those applications out and send those requests. They have the ability to pursue funding through ARC or Arts and Cultural Affairs, and have the TDT task force just review the applications over 20 million because there is no current granting program that accommodates those level of requests. The task force came up with 4 recommendations. The first of which was to support advancing the 3 granting organization requests as presented to the Board of County Commissioners and include the survey results for the board to make the final level of funding decision. These were the TDT Application Review Committee, which is ARC, Orange County Arts and Cultural Affairs, and the Greater Orlando Sports Commission. The second recommendation was the task force supports advancing groups with a weighted score of 60 or higher for consideration by the Board of County Commissioners in this order and rank: Orange County Convention Center, Florida Citrus Sports, Amway Center, Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts, and UCF Sports. The third recommendation was the task force recommends that Mayor Demings and the Board of County Commissioners strongly push the legislature to change the tourist impact tax so it applies to all counties in Florida. This item will be addressed during the legislative priorities discussion at the October 24th Board of County Commissioners meeting. And the fourth recommendation was the task force recommends that the county update its criteria for assessing TDT project funding to better evaluate the project's contribution to community and workforce needs and jobs. This was also echoed by the board at our July 25th meeting and in briefings. So what we did was send each organization a supplemental information form for them to complete and return to us, and included questions about community, workforce, impacts, and infrastructure. This information was culled and it was given to each commissioner, the hard copies of their forms and the summary, and it was provided to you August 15th. So now I'm going to go over the supplemental information. I want to first start with the 5 projects. And one thing that was made clear by all the projects that submitted was that maintaining a quality venue and an outstanding customer experience is paramount. We are the home to the world's greatest theme parks. We're known around the world, and they have set a high bar for quality and customer experience. And so expectations are very high for visitors to our community and even our locals. So I'm going to start with the Convention Center. They submitted a revised project cost of $825 million to $900 million for both Phase 5A and 5B. Now, we asked questions about jobs and wages for both during construction and after completion. So during construction, they anticipate 1,325 jobs and an annual salary for labor of around $48,000. Now, they use the prevailing labor rate. Now, this is just labor. It does not include any supervisory, management, engineering, architect positions. Benefits to the community. They have developed a robust training internship program in architecture and construction. They also anticipate significant participation from MWBE, local contractors, and service providers. Jobs after completion, 35 full-time jobs at the Convention Center with 100 part-time, and Sodexo Live to have 20 full-time and approximately 100 part-time positions. As far as wages, for the Convention Center, it's high teens and 20 plus per hour. And then for Sodexo, a minimum of $18 an hour. Other benefits include health benefits, retirement, and for Orange County Convention Center contractor, it's based on number of hours worked. Now, other programs beneficial to the community. The Convention Center, when they have trade groups leave, often these trade groups leave behind lumber, their their booths, curtains, all kinds of material that then they donate into the community. In addition, oftentimes when they come to town, they take on a charitable project. So you also have benefits, philanthropic benefits here in the community. This results in millions of dollars of additional philanthropic dollars in Orange County each year. As far as infrastructure impact, possible need for additional parking, and minimal transportation impact. The economic impact, this was just added as a result of Commissioner's inquiry, was to add some more information about economic impact. Currently, the Convention Center holds 160 events a year that generate 1.5 million attendees and an economic impact of approximately $3 billion on an annual basis. When the expansion is completed, it would bring in a total of 185 events, 1.75 million attendees, and $3.5 billion in economic impact on an annual basis. Now on to Florida Citrus Sports. Their project cost, $400 million for the Upper Terrace Deck Fieldhouse project that was part of their original vision in 2007. $400 million for their canopy roof. As far as jobs during construction, 3,500 new jobs and 2.9 million work hours. Average wages, again, they'll use the prevailing labor rate. They had a blended rate of $22.50 to $52.50 that included supervisory and professional staff. Benefits to the community. They would have a robust MWE program that received 31% of the total stadium project design budget and 29% of total construction procurement budget in 2014. After completion, 6,100 jobs based on 2022 Camping World Stadium events and activities. Average wages, $226 million in labor income, averaging just over $37,000 a year based on 6,100 jobs based on the 2022 Camping World Stadium events and activities. Other benefits are commensurate with the roles that are being performed. As far as other benefits, Camping World Stadium has hosted hundreds of community gatherings such as the Family Assistance Center following the Pulse nightclub shooting, assisted during the pandemic, community food drops, drive-in movies nights. In 2013, Florida Citrus Sports co-founded Lift Orlando that over the years has revitalized the community around Camping World Stadium, investing over $120 million in capital and community benefits. As far as infrastructure impact, they don't require any new projects, and as enhancements to an existing facilities, any transportation would be minimal. Impact to transportation would be minimal. Their economic impact. Across 2022 events, the stadium hosted 921,000 attendees. 67% of those were out of market, 372,000 room nights, 185,000 jobs supported, direct and indirect, across the county. Next, on to Amway Center. Project cost, $256 million. However, the City of Orlando is willing to use its bond capacity for this project using a portion of the sixth cent that is required to go towards a professional sports team. Jobs during construction, 217. Average wages, again, they used a blended rate of $58,403 that is based on prevailing labor rates. Benefits to the community will adhere to the city's Chapter 57 MWBE goals of 24%, 18% MBE, and 6% WBE for all contracts. And their community action plan combined with their MWBE goals will create opportunities for many. After completion, total direct jobs and indirect jobs, 7,000. As far as average wages, the city has a policy to pay a living wage, and other benefits are commensurate with the role being performed. As far as other benefits, beyond the games, concerts, and family shows, the arena consistently serves the community in numerous ways. Amway Center's contracts meet MWBE goal of at least 24%, which equates to $1.3 million annually in service contracts alone. As far as infrastructure impacts, there will be no impact as this is an enhancement to an existing facility. Economic impact, since opening 13 years ago, they have welcomed nearly 16 million visitors and generated an economic output of $6.1 billion. Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts. Project cost, $145 million. During construction, the number of jobs, 1,570. Average wage, $51,000. Benefit to the community, achieved and exceed all MWBE requirements during construction for their prior projects. After completion, 1,500 new jobs. Average wage, $69,000. Full-time salary, $24.86 average part-time salary. Other benefits. Full-time colleagues will receive health insurance benefits, as well as venue partners such as security, food, and beverage. They will work with their outside vendors and companies to ensure health insurance is a priority and provide these benefits if possible. As far as other benefits to the community, $360 million annual economic impact, in addition to the 1 million unique visitations and 1,000 free events annually. Phase 3 is based on comparable destinations, including increased tourism, job creation and urban development, safer communities due to activity and event structure, environmental, health and wellness, and community culture. As far as infrastructure impact, they will align with the city's master plan and continue to work with the city to determine the transportation impact. Economic impact. It is projected to annually attract 1 million unique visitations, $55.1 million in spending by non-local visitors, $18.6 million in spending on lodging, and 186,000 room nights. This information was taken from a study conducted by Oxford Economics. UCF Sports, $176 million project. However, they did say that they would prioritize the stadium tower, which is $88 million. Number of jobs during the construction, 500. Average wage is blended again for labor and supervisory at $63 to $70 per hour. Benefits to the community, generate economic impact in each Orange County during the construction period. Now, after completion, they anticipate having 123 new jobs, combined full and part-time. As far as average wages, wages will vary by role. Full-time food service worker, average salary of $55,000 a year plus benefits. Part-time event staff member contracted through CSC makes $21 to $30 an hour. And off-duty pay for nearly 240 police officers who work game days average $60 an hour. And as far as benefits, varies by organization. Now, there are other community contributions. With new, improved, and right-sized venues unique in our region, UCF will be able to offer both professional facilities and operational support needed for large events. Infrastructure impact. UCF athletics facilities are located on their property, and therefore they would be responsible for any impacts to infrastructure. And they already have a plan for infrastructure that accommodates scaling up. As far as economic impact, the Greater Orlando Sports Commission conducted a study which estimates these facilities attract over 212,000 visitors outside of a 50-mile radius and generates approximately 199,942 room nights and $91 million in economic impact annually. Now, that concludes the projects. Now I'm going to talk about the granting organizations. And one thing I want to start off with the granting organizations is that when we're doing economic development and we're recruiting businesses to our community, quality of life is one of the most important topics that they ask us about. They ask us, do you have a vibrant arts and cultural ecosystem? Do you have a variety of sports? Especially when we are recruiting from areas that have both a robust art scene and sports scene. So I'm going to start with application review, ARC. They submitted a modified request of $75 million, which is $15 million a year for 5 years. They were previously allocated $56 million for the 2018 to 2024 period of time, and all of those funds have been awarded. Jobs, ARC grants help fund various projects, and the workforce and community impact varies by project. Average wages is based on the project, and the benefit to the community, the ARC grants provide funding for various community organizations, which all have some impact in the wider community. Past recipients include the Orlando Science Center, the Plaza Live, Orlando Ballet, and One Pulse Museum. Arts and Cultural Affairs United Arts. Part 1, they have a 2-part request. Part 1 is they currently receive 3% of the first 4 cents. They are now asking for 5% of the first 4 cents. And they were also asking, which would increase them from $6 to $7 million a year to $11 million a year. They're also, the second part is a fixed funding. They currently receive $2 million in fixed funding, of which $500,000 is for a venue subsidy, which allows the local arts groups to apply for facilities grants to pay for renting facilities. They're asking to increase that fund by $500,000 to $1 million a year. So their total request is approximately $13.5 million. Jobs, nearly 10,000 people are currently employed by the local arts groups. Average wages not available, and benefit to the community. Increase wellness both individually and societally. Set up students to develop cognitive skills and do better on SAT scores in math and English. Promotes civic engagement and encourages cultural tourism. Last but not least is the Greater Orlando Sports Commission. Part 1 of Go Sports funding is to request to increase their annual operational funding to $740,000 a year. This would be based on the Orange County residents at 50 cents per resident. They currently see approximately $300,000 per year in operational funding. Part 2 is to increase the sports incentive fund. It currently receives $4 million annually, and to bring this up to $10 million. And the rest of the information was not available because they are a granting organization. So in summary, this is the information received from the Cephalin surveys. ARC requesting $15 million a year. Arts and Cultural Affairs 5% would come to $11 million a year and would be based on a percentage. Arts and Cultural Affairs fixed grant amount would be $2.5 million. And then we would, according to the mayor's plan, the Visit Orlando Sports Incentive would be $10 million a year. Capital projects funding request, the Convention Center, $825 to $900 million. Camping World Stadium Upper Bowl, $400 million. Camping World Stadium Canopy, $400 million. Amway Center, $256 million. Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts, $145 million. And UCF Sports, $176 million. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Fred Winterkamp to do the financial analysis.
Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about the financial analysis. My remarks today will be in 3 parts. First, about growth catalysts, then about general remarks about debt capacity, and clear up some issues that I've seen in the community, and then talk about the future debt capacity once we're all sort of on the same page. So starting with the growth catalysts. So everybody has seen this chart. This is the tourist development tax collections over the 40-year period. The red bar at the bottom of each year is the first and second cents, which were the original levy. The yellow is the third cent, which was added in 1987. The blue, added in 1990, is the fourth cent. The white is the portion of the bars is the 5th cent, which was in 1995. And then in 2006, first collected in 2007, the green bars are the 6th cent, which was added during the venues discussion in our community. So there have been growth catalysts from a number of sources, but mainly we see growth following the opening of newly constructed major theme park attractions, and also rebounds following tourist development tax declines, because there's a great deal of elasticity in people's travel plans. So Disney's Animal Kingdom opened in 1998, and in 1998, the tourist development tax grew 8.2%. The Universal Islands of Adventure opened in 1999, and in 2000, TDT grew 9%. The Universal Wizarding World of Harry Potter opened in 2010, and in 2011, the annual TDT grew 19%. Now, that also was aided by a settlement, I believe the comptroller staff said, with the Hotels.com and the .com hotel industry, as well as you'll see on the next slide, a rebound, but 19% nevertheless in 2011. Then the Universal Wizarding World of Harry Potter's Diagon Alley was added in 2014, and the 2015 annual TDT grew by 12.3%. So we're looking forward to the opening of Epic Universe, set to open in 2025, and we're all sort of waiting to see what sort of impact that holds for us in the future. So then another growth catalyst, as I mentioned, was following declines. So after the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, the TDT collections declined in the years 2002 and 2003, but in 2004, the annual TDT grew by 19%, 18.9, as you see there. The Great Recession then came, and the TDT collections declined in 2008 and 2010. But in 2011, as I mentioned on the previous slide, that annual TDT grew 19%. The COVID pandemic caused TDT collections to decline, as we're all too well aware, in 2020 and 2021. But in 2022, the annual TDT grew 90%, which also included Disney's 50th anniversary celebration. So that's some of the catalysts for what has caused the TDT to be such a strong financial element for the county. Now, the debt capacity, in 2002, the county issued $216,460,000 in TDT debt to complete the North-South Convention Center facility. At that time, the county had $103 million in TDT revenue because we were just coming off of the attacks on America and its impact on tourism. But our annual debt payment was $76.5 million. And so that's only 1.35 times revenues over the debt service. And we only had an A rating at that time because the rating agencies were very concerned about the coverage and the recency of the downturn from the terrorist attacks. And then fast forward to 2007, we once again, TDT grew, as it always does if you remember back to that chart with the bars. And we were able to have $540 million in TDT future cash payments made to the city for community venues. And that was, at that time, our own TDT debt. Now, mind you, those were cash payments to the city, but our own TDT debt was, we had $140 million in revenue at that time for an annual debt payment of $74.8 million. So our coverage had improved to 1.87 times. And so had our credit rating. The credit rating agencies had now assigned an A+ rating to the county. So fast forward once again to 2016, when we issued $291,685,000 in TDT debt to take over the payments for the construction at DPAC and at the Camping World Stadium for that construction. Now, at that time, we had $200 million in revenue annually for an $80 million debt payment, which provided 2.5 coverage. And I'll ask everyone to remember that 2.5 coverage because that's something that we're going to return to. And, of course, the credit rating agencies had upgraded us to a AA credit rating. And so one of the things that this chart tells us is, as TDT keeps growing, as you saw the bars on that first slide, we get to revisit our options for funding projects. So when we issued the funding to complete the north-south facility, we're still paying for that, but we now have more options to consider because over time the TDT continued to grow. So issuing debt to do something at a point in time does not mean there's not going to be any more capacity later. It just means that capacity comes from future growth. So in all future years, each additional $22 million in future TDT growth, after removing the 6 cent, which is not pledged for our debt, produces $18 million for future debt capacity from the first through fifth percents. And at 2.5 times coverage, that $18 million results in $7.5 million of new debt service potential. And utilizing $7.5 million results in about $100 million to $120 million in proceeds, depending on interest rates at the time and some other factors. And so that maintains the 2.5 times coverage, and it likely maintains our AA credit ratings. But the key is every time it grows $22 million, you have another $100 to $120 million in debt capacity. So now, what would we do with future debt capacity as we look at this? So there is a need for conservative estimates over the next decades. The rating agencies following the pandemic are going to apply greater and greater, more robust stress tests on the county's ability to pay debt. It's only natural. But we have new attractions driving tourism, but those downturns are still inevitable. We've seen them about every 10 years. And so 2022, TDT was up by 90% after the pandemic, as we saw. But there seems to be a current drag on TDT collections. It's difficult to continue hypergrowth, obviously. And then the last 3 months, TDT collections have actually softened. But how long will that last? And then there's external influences in the political climate and in people's travel plans. So maintaining a $300 million TDT reserve, which we have now, we're actually in excess of that, and 2.5 times coverage in any future planned debt are keys to our credit ratings. So we can seek to fund new projects while maintaining those AA credit ratings. Orange County TDT maintained AA credit ratings during the pandemic, but the rating agencies, as I said, are going to use more unfavorable stress tests. A minimum 2.5 times coverage of annual pledged TDT revenue to the annual debt payment is a conservative extra cushion for the safety of the investors, and it leaves annual funding, cash funding as it flows through for ARC, arts and cultural, and other uses. Then looking at that minimum TDT reserve of $300 million, which the Comptroller's Office recommended and the county has accomplished, the credit rating agencies took great comfort in that $300 million plus TDT reserve during the pandemic. We did not get downgraded. Other places had a great deal of trouble with the credit ratings and their financial standing during the pandemic. Orange County used $145 million of TDT reserves in 2021 and 2022, and that supported local arts groups, it supported the continuing advertising, and all the things that we do with TDT during that time. It helped us to keep the convention center ready so that we could open faster than other places, as many of us know, and so that was very important. So we come to looking forward, the bonding assumptions. So first of all, maintain a minimum $300 million in TDT reserves. As we grow the debt payment in the future, if we continue to bond, we're going to need those reserves to protect us if there is a downturn. Additionally, we should maintain the 2.5 times coverage. That maintains our AA credit ratings and more than annual pay-as-you-go TDT cash to make payments for arts groups and others, as you heard earlier. there's been a lot of discussion about that, and people say, well, we could do 2 times or we could do 1.5 times. Well, the problem is the credit rating agencies are going to look at over-leveraging the tax just after a pandemic like this with a lot of skepticism. I think that would be a heavy lift for the credit rating agencies to continue to maintain a AA credit rating. There aren't a lot of people who have the experience with borrowing against tourist development tax like Orange County does. I mean, we've been doing this for years and years and years. So we and our financial team feel like that's a way to maintain our coverage and our ratings. So in 2023, we're expecting TDT collections of $355 million. And I apologize for this, but the TDT reserves would be $350 million. It always seems like whenever I'm up here, those numbers somehow look like one another, and it gets confusing to some people. So the collections, $355 million, that's what's coming in the 12 months of this fiscal year. And the TDT reserves are the $300 million we were seeking, but of course we've grown over that, and so the reserves have also $350 million. So the TDT growth recommendations from the comptroller were to, in that memo that came out last week, were to use 7.5% in 2024 down because of the softening of TDT collections that we're seeing, and then 2% growth in all years thereafter. So the existing TDT annual debt service declines from $80 million to $59 million in 2025. And that's because we pay off one of the big pieces of our outstanding debt service for the convention center. So allowing for project planning, we are assuming the debt would be issued in 2026. It would be 30-year debt, it would be AA rated, and we're using a planning cost of 4.5%. It would be tax-exempt debt. Now, in the mayor's memo, he mentioned that, it was somewhat of a minor tweak to go from 20-year to 30-year debt. And the reason for that is there's something called the optionality of the call feature. And so what that means is when we issue debt, 20-year, 30-year, we actually tell the investors we're buying a call at the 8 to 10-year mark. And what that means is the investors then know that they're going to get all the interest they're promised until that 8 or 10-year call date. But on the call date, we can buy off the rest of the principal and pay no more interest. And that's just like what a homeowner does when they refinance their mortgage. So the homeowner buys a mortgage at some interest rate, and then as time passes, when they have an opportunity, they buy a new loan at a lower interest cost. They take the proceeds and pay off the principal of the existing higher cost loan, and they're left with the payments on the lower cost loan. It's a transaction I'm sure many of us in this room have done, maybe more than once. And so the optionality is that we don't need to focus as much on the change in revenue from interest cost or so forth from year 20 to year 30, because it's like we'll never pay that anyway. And so you also have to consider any payments between year 20 and 30 with the time value of money. So those payments, while they're sizable amounts, they're not in today's dollars. So what would we have to invest today to 20, 21, 22, 23 through 30 years later have the amounts to make those payments? Well, it's far less than the amount of what those payments are. And that's the classic time value of money. So between the optionality of the call feature and the time value of money, it was decided that in order to provide for a conservative but effective amount of debt funding and still have enough pass-through cash to look at arch groups and others, that we would go ahead and use 30-year debt, AA rated, 4.5% interest rate, issued in 2026, using the comptroller's recommendations for revenue thereafter. So that provides for annual cash funding that leaves the remaining funding for arts and cultural and other uses, still maintains the 300 million TDT reserves, although we may have to dig into the 350 a little bit, it maintains the 300. And our bonding capacity of 900 million would require 114.5 million in annual debt service using 4.5% interest. So in 2026, $900 million in TDT debt for future projects requires $286 million in revenue from the first through fifth cent, because that's what we pledge for our bonds. You'd have $343 million TDT revenue from all 6%, but the 6% is split between cash payments to tourism promotion and the city for the Amway Center debt. So you'd have $59 million debt payment annually for the existing county debt until 2036, and then you would be adding on $55 million in new annual debt payments for future projects until 2056. And that would make $114 million total annual debt payment, maintain our 2.5 times coverage, which would then help us seek to maintain our AA credit rating. So TDT has always grown and offered new opportunities over the years. It allows for project planning. It allows for debt to be issued in 2026. It's a conservative TDT growth estimate resulting in 900 million bonding capacity. In addition to the bond funding, up to 30 million in cash for arts and cultural and other uses, maintains a minimum 300 million in TDT reserves, has additional debt service, and still maintains at least 2.5 coverage, and other funding options may become available as TDT continues growing, because while these are conservative estimates, by 2026, we may know a lot more about what has actually taken place, especially with the opening of the Epic universe. So now I'm going to delve into Mayor Deming's proposal as set forth in the memo last week, and how that kind of brings all this to closure as one option. So the application review committee is looking at $15 million for 5 years, which is $75 million. Arts and Cultural Affairs increasing to 5% of the first through fourth cents is the additional $5.5 million, and it increases the annual venue subsidy by $500,000 for 5 years. And then the Sports Incentive Fund would receive various amounts in connection with Visit Orlando. That includes the $440,000 on a per capita basis, I guess, and $6 million annually from Visit Orlando to increase the opportunity to bring in sports tourism. And then the Orange County Convention Center Project 5A is a $500 million bonded portion. Those portions up above are all cash funded. And then the Florida Citrus Sports Camping World Stadium, the Upper Terrace Deck Fieldhouse project at $400 million, uses the $900 million in bonding capacity, which was discussed earlier. So looking at that in terms of what the uses would look like in 2027. So now we've projected out to 2026. We've made the payments to the arts and sports groups, and we have issued debt in 2026 once all the planning has taken place and everything at the convention center and so forth. And so we now have new debt service of $114 million. The convention center operations, only if it's needed, are up to $15 million. We have Visit Orlando funding of $105 million, and that's at the 30% amount that is in the Visit Orlando contract based upon the amount of projected revenues from the comptroller. And that amount was championed by a number of people in the community, was approved after TDC public meeting, at the board at a public meeting, and enjoyed significant support. So there's been some discussion about Visit Orlando as well. The convention center capital is $60 million That's just to maintain the facility, fix the escalators, put in new carpet, fix roofs, HVAC, all that sort of thing. ARC, $15 million, as we discussed. Arts, $14 million. The History Center and other at $5 million. The Sports Incentive Fund gets $4.5 million as part of the Visit Orlando contract that was approved back in 2019 that I just discussed. And then half of the 6 cent is paid to the City of Orlando for their Amway Center bonds. And all of those total expenses equal $361.5 million. And then if we draw $13 million, mostly for ARC, if you want to look at it that way, from the reserves above $300 million, we end up with 2027 TDT revenue that balances back to the comptroller's projections at $348.5 million, and the reserves at that point would be at $365 million even after that draw. So that's what that would look like in our community. So it's hard to see us anything else for debt service really starts to impact our ability to do the other cash payments. So the TDT growth recommendations are very conservative, but there are other future options. So minus 7.5% in 2024 and 2% growth in all years thereafter, compared to the all-time average over 40 years, where TDT, the growth rate has been over 7.5%. So who knows, between now and 2026, we may find before we even go to issue that debt that we've had a much better tourism collection amount than we had to project for conservative planning. If by 2026 those better than TDT collections occur and the TDT future is brighter, then additional bonding capacity may exist, as I mentioned, with each $22 million, getting another 100 to 120 million in capacity. Additional annual cash payments might be available, and even offers of contingent annual cash funding by saying to someone, if we reach this threshold, we'll provide to you so many dollars above that threshold until we reach some capped amount, and it could be capped both annually and in total. And so looking at those items, regarding UCF sports, if TDT revenues outperform current projections, the amount of more than what we need for debt service and art funding could be made available to UCF for the football stadium tower project. Likewise with the Amway Center, currently 50% of the revenue from the 6 cent of the TDT goes to the city, and 50% goes to Visit Orlando. Once the city retires all debt associated with the 6 cent, an option is to extend the number of years we make the 6 cent available to the city, which will provide sufficient revenue for the Amway Center improvements. So other future options. The 2007 venues agreement provides 6 cent TDT funding to the City of Orlando for the city Amway Center debt. State law limits the 6 cent TDT for only 1, tourism promotion, and 2, pro sports facilities. So it's much more limited than the other percentages of TDT. The county could extend the 6 cent payments to Orlando for those future Amway projects. In speaking with the city staff, they estimate the outstanding 2017 city 6 cent bonds have about $182 million outstanding right now, but they are continuing to gather excess funds that we send them every year. And remember when I talked about the optionality of the call feature? Well, they have a call in 2027, and so they could pay off so much of that debt that they would only have $96 million outstanding by November of 2027, using the ability to pay the principal of outstanding bonds beyond the call date. This debt can be restructured then to allow funding for future projects. So I think I'm going to turn it back over for next steps, and I'll be here for questions.
All right, next steps. So as mentioned at the previous meeting on July 25th, our goal is to try and have the funds allocated before the next legislative session. So we worked backwards from January. And with that in mind, the next step for those projects that do require an amendment to the current tourist development plan, they would have to go back and we'd have to craft that amendment and take it back to the Tourist Development Council for them to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners. Now, currently, Camping World Stadium and the Arts and Cultural Affairs grants going from 3% to 5% are the only two items that would need to go, an amendment to the Tourist Development Plan. The Convention Center is already in the Tourist Development Plan, and ARC is already listed as a priority in the Tourist Development Plan. So they could be dealt with separately, and they do not require a majority plus one. Only items that require an ordinance amendment that go back through the Tourist Development Council require a majority plus one. So with that in mind, the next TDC meeting is scheduled, Tourist Development Council meeting is scheduled for September 29th. And at that time, we would have to have an amendment drafted to the Tourist Development Plan. And then from there, after the TDC reviews that and recommends to the BCC, then it would go to the BCC in a public hearing to consider the ordinance change. And again, that's only for items that require an amendment to the Tourist Development Plan. The other items, like the Convention Center and ARC, would not require an amendment to this Tourist Development Plan. And the goal would be to have the public hearing to modify the Tourist Development Plan in October or November, so any contracts can be revised and funding agreements put in place so that we could have all of that done and voted on before the next legislative. And that's it.
All right. Thank you to the staff for the presentation. I know that in some regards, for members of the community, the presentation appears complex and confusing at times. And I can tell you, I have a BS in finance and an MBA with a specialty in finance. And even for me, at times, it's confusing. But before we open it up for questions, I want to remind you how we got here. Okay. First, we engaged our community in some deliberate conversation about the prospects of how we as a community would spend the tourist development tax dollars. We said that going back 4 or 5 months, didn't know what the economy was going to do, but some economists were suggesting that within a 12-month period we could see recessionary pressures throughout our country. Then there's the political dynamic that has impacted us somewhat, and then there's uncertainty. But regardless of what we do, there is risk. The goal of this Board of County Commission is to adopt a fiscally conservative approach to expending the dollars that we have the blessing of having going forward, but to try to mitigate that risk to the extent that we can by making prudent, sound decisions. In the state of Florida, there remains only one independently elected controller or auditor, and that is Phil Diamond. My staff and I have had multiple conversations with the comptroller over time. He's a certified public accountant and a lawyer with some very, very talented staff that works for him. We have relied on his sage advice over time, and he put his recommendations in writing. And he's here today. He doesn't often get to participate in the actual dialogue here before the Board of County Commission. But I'm going to ask him to do so today, because the recommendation that I advanced forward was predicated upon the work of the TDT task force and their recommendations, but also his recommendations. And then I have my own opinions about it, well-experienced, well-educated to make financial decisions. So what I'm going to ask the comptroller today, in his correspondence that the media and everybody else has seen, our board has seen, he offered his conservative opinion. And so what I'm going to ask you to do, if you don't mind, Comptroller Diamond, is to perhaps talk about why you recommended a potential spending range of $800 to $900 million. And given at least the proposal that I made, could we afford it? Okay. That's all I'm asking you to respond to at this time. Now, other board members may have questions for you. I hear Commissioner Uribe talking out loud. She's saying, yes, she does. Okay, and that's okay. This is where, we make the magic happen in our community in the sunshine. So I'm putting you on the spot, but you wrote a memo that I think you're willing to defend. So if you will respond to the question I asked you.
Well, thanks, Mayor. I will be happy to. And thank you. And thank you to the board. And thank you to Fred and Roseanne. Fred, I hope this isn't the last time we'll hear from you here. I hope there will be more presentations in your future. And I just have to say, first of all, as a finance guy, boy, it is great to see such an audience for topics like this. This is great. But Mayor, in answer to your question, I'm more than happy to talk about my memo, and I do have a few points I'd like to make and share. And if anybody hasn't seen it, I'm more than happy to share that memo. Contact me, contact my office. We'll be more than happy to pass that on to you. Over the past 6 years or so, I've had the honor of serving as comptroller, and one of the duties is to collect the tourist development tax, manage the tourist development tax, make recommendations regarding the tourist development tax. And really, for the first 3 years I was in the job, it really didn't get much attention. It gradually increased over time. But as far as people paying a lot of attention to it, no, not really. There weren't a lot of huge spending requests. And thankfully, there wasn't a lot of drama with it either. All that changed 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago. Things that were unimaginable happened. Things that were beyond our comprehension happened. Whoever thought we'd see the theme park shut down? Whoever thought we'd see a 97% decrease in what we collected? Basically, the pandemic vaporized our tourist development taxes for a while. And since that time, the tourist development tax has gotten an incredible amount of attention. One, because of the big decline we had. and 2, the impact on our reserves, and 3, of course, we were dealing with the pandemic while all this was happening, and I can't count the number of times I was down here with you, Mayor, and a number of your colleagues talking about the tourist development tax, because it really is a barometer of how well our economy's doing. I forget who said it, but whether it's 40% or 30% or 43%, tourism is such a large part of our economy, and it's the well-being of virtually everybody in this economy, directly or indirectly. So with that, it's gotten a lot of attention, and this year, thankfully, we are probably going to have our highest year ever. We're probably going to end up somewhere north of $350 million. The previous record, $336 million, and those both beat the record that we had before the pandemic. Unfortunately, at the same time, we have to keep the other side of the coin in mind. In my memo, I talked about the best of times, which is some of these years, and the worst of times, which was just 3.5 years ago when it started, and then it went over the next couple of years. So it's amazing historically how fast we've experienced the very best and the very worst. So with that, I wanted to remind everybody, we've said it, and Board, you've done a wonderful job of responding to our recommendation about reserves. We used $145 million of reserves just to get through the pandemic, just to pay our bills. And at the same time, not only were we using reserves, we had to cancel a long-awaited project. We had to defer many projects at the convention center. Many of the people we fund just didn't get the kind of funding that they probably should have gotten. And with all that, here we are today. So right now, things look very good. However, we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't at least notice what was happening with our monthly collections. For this year, we've had several significant collection declines in a row. We don't have our final July figures yet, but by all accounts, we're going to see a decline in July as well. And so with that, we come to what the recommendations from my office are going to be. And with the idea that hopefully tourism will increase, there's nothing I'd like more than to see it increase. We also have to keep in mind that when we take on debt, we're required to pay it. We have no choice. It's like your home mortgage. You have to pay it. We have a number of other projects, a number of other things that we fund, a lot of which are based on percentages of what we collect, some of which are certain fixed amounts that we collect. But we have very considerable costs, not just the annual debt that we pay that Fred talked about. We also pay, right off the bat, 40% of what we collect for Visit Orlando, the City of Orlando's bonds, and the arts groups. So we have a pretty substantial amount that we have to pay every month just to break even, if you will. That number is probably about $20 million that right now, with our current commitments, we have to pay. And next year, I know that the convention center will finally get some much-needed repairs and replacements. We have other obligations, and so although our collections hopefully will be good, we have a lot of commitments, and we need to be careful and cautious and conservative with what we commit to doing. So, with that, our recommendations are, Mayor, as you said, we could issue between $800 and $900 million of debt if that is the board's desire. Your recommendation was $900 million, which is certainly in the range. Also, just as importantly, there's money available for ongoing expenditures, pay-as-you-go projects, which, for the benefit of the public, are things like grants to arts groups, or the ARC funding, which has paid for things like the new ballet theater, the Philharmonic building, improvements at the Science Center, the Winter Park Event Center, and a lot of projects around the community, things that a lot of people seem to get behind. With that, we do always have the ability, like Fred said, to reevaluate. This isn't something, this is not I wouldn't think this is any kind of final decision on how much debt can ever get issued out of Orange County, Florida. Hopefully the numbers will really do well. I'd also mention that the board also has the option, above and beyond the $800, $900 million, of saying, you know what, for any project that you choose, you can always, as Fred said, you can always commit a certain amount that the county would commit to if tourist development taxes go above a threshold, like some people hope and some people think. But the difference is the county wouldn't be responsible. The county wouldn't be taking on the liability. The county would be protected. So with that, I do want to just give a extra thanks to my staff and my office. I inherited a very wonderful office and a very wonderful team from Comptroller Martha Haney. As you remember, Martha led us through all the challenges that we had with TDT after the attacks on America in 2001. All the challenges that came from the Great Recession, when we suddenly had to find cash in order to keep our bonds from going into default. And then the staff that helped me with the challenges we faced during the pandemic when our lives were turned upside down. So we've been a AA rated credit issuer for decades because of the leadership in my office. And I want to maintain that, and I want to maintain our commitment to the taxpayers of Orange County to be responsible and do the very best we can with the resources that we have. So with that, Mayor, I'm happy to take any questions.
So I'm not sure you answered the question I asked you, and that is, based on the proposal I made, could we afford it? Okay.
Yeah, I think I did, but yes.
Okay.
How's that?
All right, that's what I'm looking for. Yes or no. Okay. And well, I want to be clear with our community. The TDT task force recommended, you saw the top 5 recommendations. In that, the convention center, expanding the convention center, was at the top of the list. And our staff here with the convention center really wanted to do the entire convention center project. Okay, both the phases of 5A and 5B. But I really took a look at that, and as the CEO for Orange County, ultimately I should be comfortable with what I recommend. And listening to all of the feedback, the input that our community gave us during the tourist development task force meetings, I listened carefully. And there are a lot of needs in our community, and trying to balance that out. Given the very conservative range that the controller recommends, if we had done 5A and 5B, there wouldn't be any money left based on his recommendations to do any of the other projects. As a result of that, I said to the county administrator and to our county staff, okay, convention center, to Mark Tested, our executive director who is here, I said, I want you to make a tough decision. We, in my humble opinion, cannot afford to put all our eggs in one basket. So I want you to make a tough decision. Which one of those is most important to us maintaining our competitiveness within the ecosystem around the convention center, the hoteliers, the restaurants, the themed attractions, and all those other small businesses out there? The anchor, perhaps for many of them, is activity at that convention center. The thousands of workers that I'm responsible for who work at that convention center, I want to keep them employed. I want to keep those businesses working. So how can we do that and still live within our means and still be fair to the entire community and leave something for us to invest in other ways within our community? Okay? And so the best way to do that, I think Fred Winterkamp positioned it perfectly based on our discussions about phasing it, where I believe that we need to make some decisions now. The cost of any of these projects is going up and up and up. The cost of time is working against us. When we have the money, we have money in the bank today. And if we're not careful by our own inaction, we can exacerbate the problem that we have, the blessing of money that we have, and not get the maximum. So I want us to move forward, but I want us to move forward in a cautious manner, as much risk avoidance as we can going forward. So I do believe that there's a political risk, and you heard them talk about the legislature. We know that this last legislative session, there was some conversation, some serious conversation about from large urban counties taking a portion of their TDT and redistributing a portion of their receipts to other smaller rural counties. That hasn't gone away. It's just a reality of what we're dealing with. So I respect the decision, the recommendation that the controller has made. But I also respect all of those 52 people who, organizations that submitted requests. How are we going to move forward to at least allow some of those projects, investing in the arts? When we talk about the little people, somebody used that term earlier. To me, it's the average workers. Workers who work in our arts and cultural affairs industry, who are trying to take care of their families. How do we take care of them? How do we keep them working? That's what we're talking about. That's the conversation that we're having, we will have here today. And so, thank you, Controller, for answering my question very directly. Let me ask you a second question. Given your recommendations, can we afford all top 5 of those projects today?
Unfortunately not.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a third question. Do you think you need further studies, an outside firm to evaluate the recommendation that you've made?
The financial recommendation we made?
That's correct.
No, we're comfortable with the financial recommendation, for sure.
Okay. All right. I just want to see where you are. I'm asking you these questions publicly. All right, I'm going to open it up.
Mayor, before you open it up, can we get a better answer to the question? He asked, do you think you need it? You didn't say yes or no, you said you were comfortable. Can you really answer the question in a better manner? I mean, thinking you need it, I want the answer, if you could, a better answer than that.
So much for trying to dodge any of your questions.
There you go.
No, I don't. So if the question is, could you restate?
He's talking about reference to independent review.
He asked, do you feel that you need independent review or outside party? That was the question. Your answer was not yes or no, but that you're comfortable. I want a more direct answer in a form of a yes or no, if you don't mind, given what we're dealing with today.
No, for sure.
That's actually not the, I don't think that was the question. Let's open it up, because that's not the question that was specifically asked the last.
Okay.
No, mayor's question.
Okay.
Yeah, mayor's question is what he said. You thinking of an outside party?
Okay, if he was referring back to the last Board of County Commission meeting, the discussion, the request.
I wanted him to answer the mayor's question directly.
Today,
because we're dealing with it. That's where I'm at.
Pursuant to the memo that he wrote, that's why I'm asking him the questions, and I want everybody to hear his answer. But I'm not trying to put words in his mouth. If he wasn't comfortable saying yes or no, okay, I'd have to live with that.
That's fine, but
Yes. So in answer to the questions, as I understand them, number one, yes, we said up to $900 million in bonding capacity. That's what you're proposing. So yes, I think we can afford that. Number two, do I need more study to become more comfortable or to provide that answer to you? No, I don't need more study. We don't need additional experts to tell us we can afford that. It's something that we worked with a number of talented people in doing that, internal to Orange County, and then external, outside the building, if you will. So no, we're comfortable with the financial recommendation, and time will tell, but that comes with the territory. You make your best, you do your best work, and you're transparent, and you do it. So that's what we did.
Yeah, well, we're being transparent, and in terms of full transparency, we have talked to some of our bond counsel and experts, and they think that we could afford more, but I'm going with your conservative estimate, okay? We rely on you every day. The board gets to make decisions about how we expend the dollars. The controller cuts the checks. Now, his signature and my signature on all those checks, but he's the one that is staff that issues those checks and pays the bills. So I think it's relevant to have him. We're fortunate to have him and his talented staff that are here and well credentialed that I laid out earlier. Commissioner Moore, we're going to go to you.
That's wild. I'm never first. That's why I said that. This has been a very complicated process, and I'm okay with most of this. Just the one question I had, Mayor, because I'm a little unhappy for UCF and DPAC, and so wondering why we didn't consider looking at perhaps in the short term reducing some of the money to Visit Orlando in spite of their contract, so we could at least give those other two entities some money.
I do think that we have some flexibility within the Visit Orlando contract to accomplish part of it, and pursuant to what I wrote here, I gave a suggestion in one area. In terms of the other potential projects, for me, I kind of looked at the attendees, visitors coming from outside the region, because I think that when you get people coming in from outside the region, and it's not just people who live and work within the region, those who live and work within the region kind of spend money within the region, so to speak. But when we get other people coming in, that's other money that's coming in from outside. So while I certainly support DPAC and UCF. What I simply said was that I believe that we'll be in a much better position in 2 years, okay, to get through some of the uncertainty that the controller had expressed with the 7.5% reduction potentially in the next fiscal year in tourist development tax receipts, and then he projects 2% growth. I think those are conservative estimates. Because of the opening of Epic Universe, historically, Fred Winterkamp went through and he showed you that really whenever we've opened these major theme parks, our TDT revenues went up. I have no reason why to think that in the future we won't see the same thing. One of my basic philosophies in life is the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And we have looked at the past behavior of how our TDT has performed over time. Given that, I believe that if he's right in the next year, if we see a 7.5% downturn, we got a political season coming up, a presidential election 2024. We have some debt coming off the books. We have the opening of Epic Universe. I believe that all of that positions us as a Board of County Commission to not have to necessarily tie our hands and make a tough decision today, but one that I gave an indication, in a couple of years, not that far off, we can reassess, and the board at that time can make a decision based upon what happened in 2024, the fiscal year 2024, and the opening of 2025. If Universal opens on time, I think those things are going to be relevant to the decision in 2026, and we can phase it in, come back, readdress some other potential venues that could benefit in our community. And I just kind of laid that out there as a course of action, a potential course of action. I'm not tying the hands of the board here today. I just simply wanted a proposal that was out there, that was comprehensive, that would be perhaps a starting point for a conversation about how we will move forward. And so I gave you a real-life example of what I think could work. The comptroller has validated that he believes it can work. He believes that it's fiscally responsible. And so with that, that's just a starting point for our conversation. The rest of you who have a vote on this commission get to now weigh in and whether you will support it or not support it, or if you want to tweak it, if you want to make modifications, if you want to address Visit Orlando's contractual agreement. All of those things have been kind of floated out there, and we can look at that. We can have the conversation as responsible elected officials who are entrusted with making decisions on behalf of the residents.
Well, I think it was a prudent decision you made. I just think, in good faith, when I think about how much preparation and meetings that those two agencies have made, it would be nice to at least give them a down payment or have some kind of commitment that if we hit a certain threshold, then we could come back and look at borrowing power. Because I hate to send them out of here without anything.
And we're not making the decisions today, but unless you all decide to make the decisions today. But yes, that's kind of what I call the stretch goal. If our board, I didn't ask you to make a stretch goal in my proposal, but if the dialogue before the board ends up where we want to do a stretch goal and perhaps and take into consideration some of the other requests, then we can do that.
All right. Well, I want to hear what the rest of them have to say, but that would be my preference.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I really want to thank the comptroller, his staff, Roseanne, her team, everybody. That I know this has been, it's been a process, and I know there's been a lot of late nights and early mornings, and I know that no matter what, there's going to be some very difficult decisions. So I appreciate the amount of time and energy that's gone into it across our community. And I will say, for me, the most positive thing that I believe came out of the task force was really the attention that the community is giving to these decisions and this conversation and understanding about municipal debt and bond issuance and about what we do that does feel a little bit like operating our own household incomes and our own household requirements. And so it's interesting that the questions to the comptroller, when I read the memo, first of all, I was so grateful for it because it really confirmed what I felt like was where I was landing, which was concern about how quickly we saw a 97% drop in this revenue. And in Florida, because of its tax structure, we don't have a stable tax base. Here in Orange County, we're fortunate because property continues to increase, so we have some stability there. But the tourist development tax is not necessarily a completely stable tax revenue, and that's what I pulled from your memo. So I think much like good art, there was something for everybody in the memo, but I do want to say that my question that came up at the last Board of County Commission meeting about having an independent evaluation was about the investment, not about our ability to leverage a certain amount of what we have cash on hand, but actually what the investment is going to return to us as a community. And so that was, it's like asking my accountant to tell me what stocks to buy, right? Like that's not an appropriate role for our comptroller. So, I'll continue to say that for me to see that in order for the convention center to get done the what I feel like was the original discussion item, a $900 million project, we need to have some more information about what we get back from that. And I'm not saying this in a way that is pejorative to the convention center because they do a wonderful job and it's an asset and I love it. But I do think that we have a fiduciary duty, understanding what we saw. I sat here with you all in 2020 when things made a downturn. I was not here for the original approvals. And so my first question, I'm not sure who'll be able to answer this, maybe Byron or Roseanne, but in 2020 or 2019, before I came into office, was there a bond issuance approved?
So the bonds had not been, for the Phase 5A project, the bonds had not yet been issued. We were at a stage to start design. We were at a position that we could actually cash flow a number of the work. In fact, there was even discussion that was doing so good at the time, there was even discussion about the possibility of being able to cash fund some of the construction as well. But we had not gotten to that point. We were still in design. So typically you don't issue the debt until you are much further along. We were still in the design. We were at about 50, 60% or so design. The board had awarded a contract to a construction management firm. They were assisting as well. But that was where we were at that process. Had contracts, had obligations, were spending dollars, cash funding the design work to date, as well as the construction manager early prep work as well.
Okay, and that's what I thought. I went back and looked, and I saw that there was a resolution for us to be able to reimburse should the bond go through. And so I understood that part. I just wanted to make sure I understood procedurally when Roseanne described the tourist development plan, and that essentially what was already put into the plan, which did predate me, that was at 2019, that it would be a different process at this point of our ability to scrutinize, right? So our ability to look at that return on investment, or to say maybe post-pandemic, this plan maybe needs to be relooked at. So just understanding procedurally what goes into the tourist development plan and how it engages us or not moving forward with these priorities.
So I think whichever process you use, the commissioners have an opportunity to weigh and vet and really review. I think the convention center had that happen in there. It's already in the tourist development plan. We were moving ahead with that project. It was already fully vetted. And doesn't mean that you can't look at the Orange County Convention Center outside of because it doesn't have to go to the tourist development plan, doesn't mean that you can't still scrutinize the project. As a board, you can scrutinize the project. The tourist development plan just says that it's an ordinance, and so if you're going to make any modifications to it, you have to take that through the Tourist Development Council and the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, so that procedurally predates a bond issuance. You put the plan in, then you issue the bond.
Correct. So the TDC essentially said what are the eligible uses, the eligible projects. It has to be in the TDC,
right.
The plan, rather, TDC plan in order to use
the
funds for it.
So,
and some are broader categories.
Right.
And it's in a broader category.
Right, okay, so then understanding that, I think I'm going to rewind a little bit, much to the chagrin of my hungry colleagues here, but I think that was all really good and important information that the task force didn't have in front of them. And I feel, I do think that when we had our discussion in the last meeting about taking the task force recommendations, I want to start out by saying the additional funding for our arts and culture, top priority, support 100%. That the additional funding for ARC, what an important thing for us to make sure that we're diversifying the types of things people do visit this area for, and I'm so proud of the work that's done in that capacity. But I go back and look at those comments, and there was a lot of frustration with feeling like their top priority high-ticket project list was hemmed in by the matrix, and to some extent, they didn't understand what the debt capacity and what the cash on hand ultimately was going to look like once it got to us. And I understand that was by design, because they're not supposed to be engaged in the budgetary process. That's us. So I understand that, but I feel that there was a lot of frustration, so I do want to make sure that there's not so much reliance moving forward on that report that was approved and the top 5 or the top 6 or however it was in order, knowing that they didn't have all the information we had. So if we default to saying that our priorities should line up with the priorities of the task force without understanding that they don't have all the information that we now have, including the memo that we got from the comptroller, I think it's a faulty design. And I hope that that's something that is resounding a little bit as far as being able to say that with confidence that that report and its priority list in the matrix that was utilized really frustrated quite a few of those. And I think about, I spoke to last night one of the task force members who actually called and continues to want to vent about the frustration in some of the applications. And, the Amway Center was one of the ones that really hit him and said, he said, I have a restaurant, and if my landlord makes me do my maintenance, right? He didn't pay for my pizza oven. I have to pay for my pizza oven. So explain to me why this where in the private market and the market takes care of it, this makes sense, and that the public dollars take it if it's over $400 million. And I didn't have an answer for him, right? I didn't have an answer for him except for to say that what my feeling is that right now we have an opportunity to talk about what has been those very traditional uses, the sort of bigger, shiny objects, and what we have is the smaller opportunities or the opportunities that do really bring educational or cultural impact to our community. So the other question I had was as far as the total number of, and I was trying to kind of get what the mayor was saying about the number of visitors that we get to the convention center, because there was a little bit of a scattershot on that for me, and I was hoping to get sort of the total from pre-pandemic, post-pandemic on the visitor, and we can do this later on, this doesn't have to be today, but I think that that's part of that evaluation, knowing that I think I got somebody else to reach out to me that told me that Lake Eola, after they did their improvements there, got 3 million visitors. And, so now you're looking at a different ecosystem, but it wasn't a $1 billion investment, right? So I just want to make sure that we are getting the most for our investment, understanding that there's a risk when we make an investment for something that big, and that we have the opportunity right now. I understand that there are statutory limitations, but I still even have questions about the 30% to 40% that is statutorily obligated for promotion, and whether or not we count direct promotion in that, or do we count the part that OEP played in their promotion collaboration for the Unbelievably Real or whatever. So is that also part of what we consider the percentage that goes to promotional expenses when we look at the full percentage? I don't have those answers yet, and I don't know if we have the time today, because once again, we're moving through lunch and what would have been a really important, probably day-long discussion. But I need those in order to be able to say with any confidence that I'm spending tax dollars wisely in this capacity, knowing that we're talking about years and years into the future, that somebody else will be worrying about paying these debts off, much like we're looking at the debts that were put here before we got here.
I think a lot of the questions you asked were answered during the Tourist Development Task Force meetings. Whether or not everyone understood the answers, the questions and our answers, I don't know. But certainly, we can get you the answers to the questions that you're asking if that's what you need to feel more comfortable moving forward.
So you're saying that somebody addressed the collaboration between Visit Orlando, OEP, and our general budget that goes into investments with those?
Yes, I do think that at high levels, there were questions asked of the presenters, they're asked of staff. Over time, these questions sometimes were asked by individuals of staff, directly to staff.
So is it a yes or a no, then does that get counted towards the 40%?
answer is yes. I think that.
Well, are you saying we did not give, or OEP did not get any direct TDT from the
That's
county?
right, that's what I'm saying, but there is promotion that happens that is considered promotion in the scope of tourist development. And so even though it doesn't come from TDT.
Well, this is about use of, but the deal is use of TDT.
Right, and I understand that,
Well,
but.
we can.
Okay,
yeah, we can follow.
but what I'm saying is moving into budget and knowing that, why wouldn't that be TDT so that we could
Because it
then
has
get
to
the
be
40%?
TDT dollars. That's the difference.
No,
So
I-
we're not giving OEP TDT dollars.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying is, if they are promoting our tourism economy, why aren't we? Why is that coming from the general budget? And if they did, would that get us to the 40% that would then free up more of the ability under the statute to utilize this? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, that's a different question then. We follow the statutory guidelines.
No,
okay?
this, but,
And it's that simple. And there's a historic way that we have reviewed the expenditures, just like the controller has talked about, over time. We historically have defined how we were treating that. Today, I think it would be a little bit unusual here we are, we would then change stream of how we have calculated it over time in terms of what that dollar figure is and what it means.
okay, but what I'm saying is that the best thing for all of us? The general budget goes to an entity for economic development, which I think we all agree needs to be diversified in this area, and I like that we're doing that. But then that entity, you can go to New York and you can see a project that entity worked on to promote tourism in this area. Why wouldn't that come out of that bucket? Therefore,
Different set of laws in New York than here.
No, that's not my question. My question is our contribution to the entity, the economic driver, right? The entity. There's an entity that does economic development in, a potentially diverse amount of ways, not just in the tourism industry. But if they are doing work in the field of tourism and in hospitality, why would that be coming out of our general budget? And if we did do it out of TDT, why wouldn't that go towards the 40% to then allow us? Well, I don't know, but that's what I'm saying. No, but nobody.
So,
but I don't have.
so you're
any-
asking whether it has to be a DMO, a tourism DMO or not. And as far as Unbelievably Real, I believe all of that was paid for by Visit Orlando and not by the Orlando Economic Partnership.
Okay, but like I said, I think to hear where we come in at that
let us
30
have
to
a
40%,
separate-
because
so I
I
can
think
really
in
be
order,
clear.
yeah, because
Yeah,
I
we
just think,
understand.
I tried to ask before, I tried to ask at the beginning of the task force, I actually asked my task force member to maybe see if he could find out. I think I had a long conversation with some folks at Visit Orlando to try to understand if those dollars that are going into diversifying our economy are then funneling their way back into hospitality and tourism. Are we pulling stuff from the right buckets in order to get what we need the most under the statute for our community from these tax dollars? So I hope I'm explaining.
I understand, Commissioner. I understand.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Roxanne, for thank you for the presentation, and Fred as well. And Mayor, I have to say thank you to you too when you said that you listening to the members of the advisory board and the comments. Okay, so I have several questions, right? One of them first is the recommendations for funds for the different, organizations and so, are the ones in slide 8, Orange County Convention Center, Florida Citrus Port, Amway, Dr. Philip, and UCF. Those are the 5, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Which I agree that, with Commissioner Moore, I have to say that UCF is a very good, revenue increase in our district out there in the east side, which I always also advocate for the youth anyways, but, we need to look into that as well. And they requested an amount of money, and then they were very considerate and lowered to 88 million. So you all know where I'm going with this. So yeah, I agree with the 5. But I want to know something. With what have been said about the convention center, how will that, the phase 5A, 5B will look, if that's where we go to approve, how will that look? I want to know. What is that,
Commissioner, in 1998, there was a lengthy design process for the convention center. And then there was a new administration that came in, and there was a blue ribbon commission that looked at the design of the expansion of the convention center, the north-south building with the clamshells. And at the time, they value engineered out something that they referred to at the time as Phase 5A. And that was an indoor connection from the north side to the south side, and it was to be on the side where the Grand Hyatt is. And so this project that's been recommended in the mayor's recommendations is to add back the Phase 5A, which is now called the Grand Concourse and includes a ballroom and a permanent entryway, as opposed to entering the building along the stairs on either side.
And I know they started the design already. I know there was some investment in the design. It's
Yes.
not completed yet. Okay.
Not
Got it.
completed, but
Yeah.
it'll
Okay.
have to be revisited.
Okay. Fred, in your presentation as well, you said with the $900 million of bond with a 4.5%, right, for
Yes.
30 years. Based on what I have here, we will be paying $273 million if it's go 30
No,
years
it's
and a
it would be-
4.5%.
It would be $55 million a year.
Yes, that's an
for,
annual
for
payment.
30 years,
Mhm.
which is around $1.5 billion in initial principal and interest pledged.
What, yeah.
1.5. And for that, you get $900 million right now.
1.5
to do-
billion.
Yes.
And then it says, and I received this from the controller office anyways.
Yeah.
And it says that we will be paying $273 million more. So,
If you go,
in interest for 30
but those
years.
are in dollars from year 20 to 30. And so the time value of that money, that's not in today's dollars. And generally speaking, we issue our bonds with a call feature, so we'll never end up paying the interest on 20 or 30-year debt. What we'll do is we'll pay for years 1 through 10, refinance, pay through years 1 through 10 again, refinance, and on a third time, pay through years 1 through 10.
And
And
why-
we've done that over and over in the county.
yeah, why you put it 4.5 instead of 4?
Well, because 4.5 is a slightly more conservative planning rate. That's still a very attractive rate. I know there's developers in the audience who have to pay mezzanine rates of 10 to 12%. And so 4.5%, and actually, right now, if we issued the debt right now, it'd be closer to 3.5%. So it's very favorable.
Okay. Thank you. This question is for the controller. Controller, I just want to know, I don't remember if I asked you this, but how much revenue does the Camping World Stadium, give to the county?
How much revenue does?
Yes, when they have events and everything, how much, have we as county received of revenue from?
No, the county doesn't get any money from that. I
The
mean,
county
there are
doesn't?
other benefits. Some of the folks coming to the football games will certainly stay in Orange County and pay TDT taxes and sales taxes, and but no, the county does not have an arrangement with the football stadium where the county would get any revenues from the games or parking or concessions or anything like that. The county does not own the football stadium.
So this look like, I don't know, I don't know if I should say this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. This look like I take a mortgage, I will take a mortgage in someone else's property and pay for somebody else's property. This look like.
Yeah, the county does not own the footballs. The city of Orlando owns that land.
But when we assign or support money for, these venues in the city, do they also pay, they come up with some funds as well on their own, or they don't?
In the past, some have. The Performing Arts Center came up with a pretty significant amount years ago. I don't recall what that amount was. To a lesser extent, the Amway Arena came up with funds. I think the Citrus Bowl came up with some funds in 2007. I don't recall. I don't know that it was that much compared to what the county's contribution was.
Okay. Controller, and this would be my last question for now. What is our rating, our current rating right now, the county?
Oh, the credit rating?
Yeah, the credit.
It's AA, which is really good. Yeah.
What's the highest? AAA?
AAA, but it's very hard to get that for anything involving tourist taxes, because tourist taxes are so volatile that they just don't get that kind of rating.
Okay, so thank you. Sure. I'm done for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Uribe.
Thank you, Mayor. Comptroller Diamond, can you pull the mic back? I have a question for you. Mayor alluded to my question. You said you felt comfortable with us bonding 800 to 900 million. We could.
You could.
The other lawyer in the room. Is that a 20 or a 30 year? When you feel comfortable saying that we could bond up to that much?
Our work was based on 20-year mortgage bonds at 4%, to Commissioner Cordero's question. But with 30-year bonds, the payments would be less. Yes, we would probably have the option to pay them off sooner. But either way, if you just look at how much you have to pay every year, with the 30-year, it would most likely be less, probably by a good amount. So we would be comfortable with that 900 threshold with either the 20 or the 30. I mean, when we get closer to the point where
it's time to issue,
I think we'd look at it and really drill down into interest rates and that kind of thing. I think today, I really wouldn't want to make any kind of recommendation because we don't know what the rates and that type of thing will look like.
And we traditionally, as a county, do 20-year bonds, not 30.
I think that's more common.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the mayor put out a memo, but I also did. I think that that's a lot of interest, extra interest. Even though we pay it every 10 years, we're still paying interest. Roseanne, I have a question for you. So we had received our supplemental package, and I went to town when you sent it to us on the 15th. And what I noticed is, and you answered this for me before, but when we met the first time and all these proposals were put, I was like, the analogy that everybody seems to give me is, it's like telling your kids you can have whatever you want. And one of the things that really weighed heavy on me, and I've had meetings with the top 5 privately. I've gone and visited all the facilities also, but we never gave them a chance to really say why they were willing to take less and what that less would accomplish. And I know that 2 of my colleagues have mentioned UCF. They pretty much went half. and said, we're shovel ready and we can get this done by 2025. Yet in the note, it says here, maybe in 2026, we'll look at UCF. I really feel, and I've seen their proposals in front of the task force, but this was a lot of work that you went back, and I think this is great, by the way, because you broke down so much more that was relevant to us as leaders when we're making decisions. I did want a little bit more, because when we say jobs, are those local jobs? There was a little bit more in new jobs and current jobs, an increase. Yeah, and livable wage is eye of the beholder. But I really think, and I don't know if my colleagues will agree, but the supplemental packages that were done by the top 5, they basically tightened up their belt and said, here's what we can do with that much. And I feel that they deserve the opportunity to present that in front of us, especially since in private meetings, and I don't want to speak on behalf of everyone else, there was quite a bit of leverage from where they were. Some are even less than half. There's different options. And I don't know about you all, but I feel if our task force and our reps sat through this, and now it's not the same. So it's not like us saying, hey, everyone, go get the video and watch when they presented a TDT to the task force, because this is an update. This is you telling them, we want to know your entire economic impact. We want to know how much you really could do with, and I would love to see them have the opportunity to present before us and tell us why we should fund them. And I feel that there's enough ideas here, people saying, I'm willing to listen to DPAC or UCF or vice versa. I'm not saying I am. I'm just saying we should have that opportunity to have a discussion on it. So one of the things that I would like is the top 5, especially the ones that did their supplemental, to present to us with what they can accomplish with the updates. That was just one thought of mine. Second question I have is, and I've said this in my memo, and I know everybody has seen it, pretty much everybody in Orlando, but when you talk about and Mark, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but when you talk about the Orange County Convention Center update, it's $500 million. How did we come up to that number? Because in the last meeting, we asked, and I know in development and building, there's a labor cost, there's an increase in material costs, there's a lot of that's happened since COVID. But how did we come up with $500 million for Phase A?
You're talking about the construction number.
Yeah.
It was the revised number and of the entire project, and 60% of it, which is as we were designing the original buildings, it was going to be a 60-40 split approximately between the two.
No, I'm not talking about Phase A and Phase B. I'm talking about the cost. Now, in the mayor's memo, it says between 800 and 900 million. So can I have a budget of how you came up to that? Because our original budget, which most of us were here when we made that decision, was, I believe, 605, 603, somewhere around that. And now you're saying that just seems a lot higher than what the standard of increase. I imagined it more around between 750 and 800. And for you to go 800 to 900, that is a significant higher rate. And if we're making a decision, money is scarce. Comptroller Diamond told us. And by the way, side note, Comptroller, thank you for so many hours and your staff with helping me get here, because we've talked about this number from the beginning. But that's a huge difference. And when we're trying to look at other options of funding, if your project's 450, that just freed up 50 million. Or if your project's 420, if you could, please tell me how you came up to that number, and that range is pretty big. And please, Mark, I'm not saying this as in I don't support it. I'm saying this is, I like to know facts. I'd like to know what we're paying for and why we're paying for and why it went up so much and so forth.
So we took the $605 million project and had a third party validate that exact project as it was sitting at 50% design. And they came in with a number between $815 and $900 million. So it was done by a third party for the entire both aspects of the project. And how we came up with the specifically 500 of the 900 is that of the total project as it was being designed, 60% was of the cost was scheduled to be the grand concourse, 40% the multipurpose hall. So that's how we came up with the
So
500
are we able to
million.
get that document to review it, and then can we also have the old one? Because, I mean, that was something we approved, I think, in 2019, early 2019.
Yeah.
So it would be great to
We-
see.
We did get a rough order of magnitude of that project. Didn't go deep dive, but certainly we can share that.
Okay,
We got
that,
from a third
that-
party.
that would be fantastic. I also want to contribute my comment on the convention center. That was something that most of us, and Commissioner Wilson, I apologize, you were the only one that wasn't here. Oh, and Commissioner Scott. But we approved it, in its sense. We went through layers of meeting with consultants and all of that. And the only reason why we stopped it was COVID, and great advice there on Comptroller Diamond, because I remember when we started COVID, we had no idea what the economic impact was going to be all the way to the end. And your conservativeness helped us get through there without anybody being laid off, everybody being able to work. And not to mention the convention center becoming one of the favored spots across the state of Florida for testing and then vaccines. And that has a lot to do with your leadership. That was your welcome to Orange County when you started. So I don't feel so uncomfortable with recommitting to what we've already committed to. I just want to see those numbers, and I want to see them. But when we talk about economic impact, in addition to what this will be, in addition to what Epic will bring, there are multiple hotels in the area who've already committed to building more hotel rooms. And the amount of tax-based revenue that'll come into our general fund from that will be pretty significant. But this is something, we worked so diligently on this. It's pretty much the only project that at this point I feel comfortable with. I do want to move on to Camping World. I don't understand why we as a county would be totally financially responsible for an expansion on a venue that we actually have no money invested in. We receive no money back. Why would we carry that risk? Why would we take a loan? And like Commissioner Maribel Gomez-Cordero just mentioned, it's like me taking out a mortgage for you, and there's absolutely no benefit. And then now we're responsible, yet we have no economic, besides what everything gives economically in this town. Everything gives sales, everything gives all of that. But there is no direct, we have no part of this venue, we don't own it. We're just saying, we'll put our name on it. You can use my credit score, we'll use it. And I think it sets a bad precedent when we start financially becoming responsible for city venues that don't directly affect us as unincorporated Orange County.
I'm going to let Fred deal with some of that, but I will say that Camping World, their request is to complete the vision that was developed in 2007 with the venues agreement. And they had to modify their vision for Camping World as a result of the economic recession in 2008. So that's why the first part is basically just finishing what was originally approved by the board in 2007.
So why can't
Byron
we?
was there.
On the other side, but why can't we give it to the city and have the city leverage their own bonds? Why do we have to carry that bond as a county?
We could certainly do that.
Okay.
I don't know if the city's in a position
Talk
to
about,
back that.
initially it did start that way. The county decided, at least with some of the bonds, the county decided after a few years and further analysis that it actually was more beneficial. It was structured a little bit differently at that time. It was a growth. The growth was committed to the city for financing. And so the county did do additional analysis, came back later and decided to approach it differently. But the real answer is what Comptroller Diamond said earlier. It's really about economic impact. That's what's the reason for the investment in Camping World Stadium, because then that generates TDT. That's how you generate the TDT. And so there is a benefit to
And Byron,
the
I'm not
county.
saying no. I just don't think we should be responsible. If anything, we could let, like
Well,
Fred just said, why don't we give it to the
here's the
city and
thing.
allow them to do it? It's
It's
their
really
venue.
6 of one, a half dozen of the other, because if we sign a funding agreement where we say to the city, rather than us issue the bonds and put the proceeds out there, if we say to the city, we'll send you these funds over this period of time, That's the same as if we bonded them ourselves. We've still obligated the funds, and they're not available to us.
But I disagree, because we're leveraging our status and our credit, and Comptroller Diamond shook his head even though he didn't say anything. We're leveraging our credit and our bonding, and we are essentially becoming responsible.
But we can't turn around and bond those dollars once we've
And
committed
that's
them. So
fine,
the
but
capacity goes away either way.
I look at it, I can give my child money, or I can take the credit card out on their name on their behalf. So, did you?
The only thing that I would say to this whole conversation, it's all about the community benefits. Many of these venues that the county has taken TDT money and invested in over time, we didn't own almost all of the venues. Not the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center. It is owned by the City of Orlando. Not Camping World Stadium, not owned by the City of Orlando. The Orlando Science Center, and all of these things. The only major venue that is owned by Orange County is the Convention Center.
Correct.
And so I do think that there is a community benefit to us investing, because, as Byron was indicating, what we're trying to do is drive tourism. That drives our local economy, and that's an investment where businesses in the unincorporated area benefit, as well as those in the incorporated area. What we get to do here as the Board of County Commission, we are elected to represent not only the members of our community who live in unincorporated Orange County, but we are also elected to represent those in the incorporated area. They're our constituents as well, and that's why I believe that it is acceptable for us sometimes to enter into these contractual agreements. Where possible, our goal should be to mitigate the risk that we are exposed to, and we do that through those very detailed contractual agreements. And so when we get, if we decide that in terms of the dollars, the money that we will contribute to making these venues become the reality, even with the University of Central Florida, if we decide to invest in the initiative there, we do not own the property at the University of Central Florida either. And so that's a conundrum that I think we get very close to saying, no, we're only going to invest in assets that are owned by Orange County. And I don't think that that is the right political decision for us to make, nor is it the right community decision for us to make.
You actually just helped me reiterate my point. UCF is not asking us to fund 100% of their project. They're actually putting skin in the game. And if we're going to give the funding to the City of Orlando and a City of Orlando venue, they should also. So that actually reiterates. UCF didn't say pay it all. They said help us get there. And I don't.
Same
and
with Dr. Phillips.
I'm not saying that I'm no on Camping World. I'm saying that I'm concerned about us carrying the note and being totally financially responsible and setting a precedent on city venues. I'm gonna move on with Amway Arena. Actually, I'm gonna give credit to Fred on, and he doesn't even know it yet, about how you explained the half six penny. Comptroller Diamond, thank you again for providing the agreement and the capital improvements and so forth. It's an 800,000 plus square foot venue, and $1 million a year isn't going to keep up with everything. I do appreciate that half last six penny, they're going to use it to leverage their own bond. So while we're saying is we're going to give you that half penny of that 6 cent, which by the way, they're 7 years ahead of time, approximately, and Comptroller Diamond, thank you for that info, on even paying their bond from 2038.
Well, they were behind initially because the Great Recession hit just as the agreement was done. And so they took that risk. And, you know, when you get half of something, it's 50%. It's a percentage based. And so if it's growing, great. You know, you're getting 50% of the growth. But if it's declining, you're having to eat that 50% decline.
You're reiterating my point about Camping World now, too. Thank you. Well. But you're exactly right. We're committing to them when there's a new agreement done, that half 6 penny. We're not putting our name out there. We're not guaranteeing that bond. They're taking that commitment and leveraging their own bond and paying it, and it's not affecting our total dollar. And that actually makes sense.
In sort of a macro sense, Commissioner, though, the city of Orlando has the Orlando Utilities Commission, which serves all sorts of people in the unincorporated county, and they run the airport. The airport is a city department. And so they don't come and ask the county for money to run the airport. So we have this sort of at a large macro level. The county's running the convention center. You know, the electricity is part private, part OUC, and the airport is run by the city. And so these sort of areas of service have been long established.
Okay. And last but not least, I made a comment, and several of my colleagues have made it, about Visit Orlando. You can't help but see $108 million expected to go there. And although Go Sports is on that to receive the additional funding, we have to revisit that. And that was one thing that in my memo just 3 years ago, they were receiving $62 million, and now they're expected to receive $108 million.
Yeah, I was confused by that.
Well, they were at 22%. And so when we're looking at,
but the agreement was approved by this board unanimously in 2019.
Not understanding really the full capacity of it.
Well, if you go
and
back
that's why
and
we
look
need to
at
go
it,
amend
it says 100 million will be the amount in short order in the presentation. And I noticed that you actually seconded the amendment to the ordinance.
You're exactly. And now that I've learned and I've looked at 7 years of tax returns, there's no reason why they need that much money. And I have officially, so my colleagues know, sent a memo to Byron that we notify this as a workshop well in advance before the March 30th notification deadline so we can discuss it further, because at this point we can't do anything because their contract renews in September. Yeah. But for my finalization, I know I've said a lot, colleagues, I believe the presenters should be able to present the top 5, their supplemental packages. I think that the convention center is the only thing I feel solid with. The rest, I am very unsettled with. I still think that the Camping World, unless we can meet and discuss that, I don't see why we leverage our bonding to budget that. And I am not comfortable with a 30-year bond either. And everybody knows, and I'm comfortable with Amway getting that 6 penny re-agreement and seeing what that looks like if we're able to get the figures of what that contract would be. But I think at the least, these 5 organizations worked really hard, scrambled to meet with me, I can't say about everyone else, and did a lot of work with that supplemental, and they should have the right to pursue that, and especially seeing that some of my colleagues are interested in possibly offering some support. I would love to see it go there, but that is my thoughts, and thank you, everybody, for your time and support in reading my memo, my agreement.
All right, I want to correct you on one thing. The decision to pause Phase A was my decision. That wasn't the comptroller's decision.
No, based on
okay,
the
no,
information.
I'm just saying.
No, he didn't do it. He just gave us data.
I'm the one made the decision. Okay. All right. I'm going to go, before I go to Commissioner Scott, Comptroller Diamond hit his button. Did you respond already? Let me just
I think it's been covered.
Okay.
But, and it's interesting, I don't hit the button a lot. So it's good to see. I guess it's this one on top that I need to.
Okay. So, no.
I don't get to push one of the voting buttons, right?
Okay. No, you don't get to do that. All right. Commissioner Scott, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have quite a few things. Mayor, in your memo, and this is just thoughts, but you or Roseanne, feel free to chime in if you think appropriate. Comptroller estimates 800 to 900 million in bond capacity, and the phrase specifically that you've said several times is very conservative. And so for me, knowing there are ranges, okay, if 800 to 900 million is very conservative, then what is conservative? What is the range for conservative if there's a dollar amount? I think that's a fair question. Also in the memo, it said be well prepared to make a decision. We have your proposal, which is, and to be candid, I am in support of your proposal in essence. I mean, obviously with some minor tweaks kind of to what Commissioner Moore was referencing. But I want more information as it relates to just what we're able to do, meaning, hey, this is very conservative, this is moderate, this is liberal, this is, hey, you should never do this in your life. I mean, just giving us ranges, right? Because if we are to make a decision, we want to make a well-informed one. And then bond capacity, Fred, this is for you. So for every $20 million in collections, we are able to bond about 100 or so. Can you?
22, and depending on interest rates, it's between 100 and 120.
Okay. And just to save time, for those in the audience, specifically UCF, DPAC, just kind of nod. You guys are able to bond on your own, correct? Just for the, okay. All right. So they're nodding in agreement. Mayor, I would love to really relook at the distribution of funds in your proposal. Comptroller, the reason why I asked you this question, and again, not to put you on the spot, but again, I like to make well-informed decisions, and we make decisions based on, definite information. And so obviously everyone's been in situations where they presented options. You, more so than anyone before you, nothing against Martha Haney, but you have a lot of experience, one being an attorney, two being a certified public accountant, and then working, as a commissioner, Granite City, but you understand some of the challenges that we face and how to manage funds. But that aside, even though you are good at what you do, and Mayor, with your 40 plus years of experience, you're good at what you do, it doesn't hurt to have an additional perspective, especially given the fact that we're going to make a near $1 billion decision. When we talk about the timeline of this process, and I want to just run you through the tape, right? So on Wednesday, August 16th, we were given our agenda books. This is about 1,000 pages to include the agenda and supplemental agenda. Again, 1,000 pages, right? Thursday, we got a memo from the comptroller. Friday, we got a memo from the mayor. On Monday, we got a memo from Commissioner Uribe, and then the mayor gave us the presentation, or rather, Roseanne gave her presentation, which you all were able to see today. And then on Tuesday, today, we just received a memo from Commissioner Bonilla. Huh?
This is last Tuesday, too, the supplement.
And the supplement. And so I just, I don't think that we've been given enough time and enough information to make a well-informed decision about anything. It's just, again, Mayor, I am with your proposal. I think it's good overall. I would love to see more funding towards the arts. I think the convention center should have never even been a discussion, because you guys decided on it and voted on this before me. And so that's justification alone to sole source and move that project along at whatever appropriate numbers, and then decide the other stuff. And when we talk about impact, everybody's talking about tourism. That's what you have to do. What are you doing that you don't have to do? And when I talk about that, I look at things like, the folks that talk about, hey, we have housing and other issues. They want us to go to Tallahassee and lobby. And just the ecosystem isn't there for that now. So we have to kind of work in the confines of what we have. And so, beyond tourism, I look at what, different organizations are doing. And just to give a few examples, I've taken kids to the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center for a number of programs for free. I've taken kids to Camping World. I'll be taking some to experience the FSU game, so they can see, what opportunities await them if they play pro sports or if they're just wanting to go to a particular college. At UCF, I was going to UCF when I was in middle school. I did College Bound and Upward Bound, and I got to stay in the dorms for a week. When I was a student there and a member of Air Force RTC, we would do different military competitions using some of the athletic facilities, and then just talking about, what we do beyond what we have to do. But one thing that I'm clear on is that we as commissioners have not been giving enough information to make a well-informed decision. We haven't been given enough time. And I know Byron kind of answered this in our briefing, that we want to move this forward, because what we don't want to happen is for the legislature to pass something that takes these dollars. So I get the sense of urgency. But again, if we're going to make $1 billion decision, it needs to be a well-informed one. We need to have as many perspectives as possible, as much information as possible, so that we don't feel slighted. Again, this timeline, like 1,000-page agenda, so I got to digest that on Wednesday, right? And then the next day, the memo from the comptroller, digest that, meet with him on that. Then the mayor's memo on Friday, Commissioner Uribe's memo, the supplement. That's a lot of information in the span of a week to say, hey, here's direction on $1 billion decision. It's so much bigger than tourism, but I am a benefit. I feel like I'm a product of tourism, having worked in the hotel industry, having worked at a theme park. I worked at IOA, Islands of Adventure, when it first opened, and so I see the impacts. But like, I don't want to rush to do anything, and I don't think that we should. I don't think we serve the publics. It's not in their best interest for us to hurry through a decision that can commit us for the next 20 or 30 years. But one thing, to Commissioner Rear's point, we already decided about the convention center. That should be a foregone conclusion. That should be an administrative item, not even in this ecosystem of a discussion. And I don't know if this is a Mark question or a Fred question or a combination of the two, because I hear different things, so I want you guys to say, for my benefit, but also for those that are listening and watching, like, is this a renovation project or a completion project? I mean, or a combination of the two as it relates to the convention center?
It's new square footage. It's square footage that does not exist there now. It's an element that was removed, an element of square footage that was removed in a value engineering effort in the around 2000 or 1998, somewhere in there, and we've struggled to put it back ever since, honestly.
So it is new square footage in terms that it will bring new features and enhancement, but these were things that were already originally a part of the plan, and had it not for value to engineering and financial circumstances, it would be in place today, right? I want to make sure I understand.
It is square footage. In the original design, the grand concourse, the ballroom, the meeting room, the space 5A portion of it was contemplated, was value engineered. The multi-purpose hall was an addition to, so that would be in theory an expansion to the project. It was not part of the original design. The grand concourse meeting room was and value engineered. So it is partially finishing, partially adding some additional space.
Understood. Mayor, in your memo, you referenced about looking at maybe UCF later on down the line. And again, I don't know if this is a question for you to answer, maybe Roseanne or Fred. Do we have it in our ability to set trigger points or milestones? And what I mean by that is, if TDT collections exceed our expectations, then this will happen and that will happen. Just so we don't belabor the point, because one thing you referenced, Mayor, was we come back to the board. But if there's a way that we can fiscally and for time-wise automate some of these things so that they move forward without a lot of additional meetings, without a whole lot of additional dialogue that is in good and proper order, can we look at that? But no automated. Okay, not automated. What I mean is, like, if something happens with collections, let's say Universal or something opens up and we get more collections. Hey, let's. Huh? Well, I know he presents that monthly, but I'm saying just.
Let me respond to your question.
Go ahead, Mayor.
The short answer is yes. We could look at, phasing some of the additional projects based upon certain thresholds for revenue. We can do that, but let's do this because we got a full afternoon. I think that it's probably prudent at this point. Byron, I think we're going to have to schedule I think a Board of County Commission meeting specifically to cover this issue. Trying to do it in the context of the already busy schedule. So let's take a look at a date. I still think that the timeline that Ms. Harrington laid out is still a relevant timeline for us to get some answers, make some decisions, because the clock is ticking, and that is costing money for that clock to tick. So we're going to take a look at our calendar and schedule sometime within, to be fair to the potential presenters, these top five perhaps, will look a couple of weeks out or so and try to get it done as soon as we can, especially call Board of County Commission meeting that we will publicly notice, just to kind of bring some clarity to the phasing, bring some clarity to any additional questions that we may have of the potential community venues that will be vying. With the exception of the arts, I think that's an issue that we all understand, and in terms of donating money to that, I think I'm talking, I hear you, I see you, okay, but allow me to finish my thoughts, okay. I think pursuant to having the discussion, the board has to get comfortable with the direction that we're going in, and then we'll have to let this play itself out so that we do get to the point where we can make some decisions in a timely manner, okay, if that makes sense. Allow us to take a look at the calendar. We listen to what you've said, we'll bring it back and have a more comprehensive discussion. But because we do have all of the published hearings for this afternoon, we do have an executive session, we just simply do not have enough time to get to all of that today. So we're not making any decisions other than to move forward with a date to have additional conversation. That's all I'm looking for at this point.
Mayor, can I just
yes.
clarify, at that future meeting, will the board be making a decision, because that impacts the way we notice the meeting, so do you want to have it as an action item meeting where you're going to see presentations, or you just want to have it as a discussion item?
We can,
got it.
just discussion, we'll come back to a regularly scheduled Board of County Commission meeting for the action. This is to kind of give us a workshop opportunity to hear and answer the question. So with that, if we can, all right, Commissioner,
Just very
I'm
quickly,
trying
I
to
think-
manage our time.
I
We
know,
got
I
other
know, I
stuff
know. I'm
to
so
do,
sorry.
to handle.
No,
Okay.
I know, just really quickly though, I was going to say, if there's a consensus at least on the ARC and the increase in the arts and cultural, can we move that forward and make that part of something that we can, find? I believe there's been some consensus on that, and then we can come back and address the big ticket items.
We could say the same thing for the convention center.
No, I don't think so, because that was never bonded in
I hope
2019.
that-
Okay.
I hope there's
Okay.
consensus there, but hopefully maybe that'll be a short conversation, a shorter conversation than the one we had today. But in either case, I'm going to, at this point, we'll cut off this conversation today. We'll come back to you with a timeline and try to get it done as quickly. To those of you who have joined us today, thank you for being here, being patient with the dialogue, and with that,
Mayor,
okay. Yes.
You have a statement that you need to read for the closed session.
Okay, so to the board, because we've worked through lunch and everything else, we do have there's an issue, time is of the essence regarding a legal matter. So let me just read this statement. The Orange County Board of County Commission will hold a closed attorney-client executive session today at 2:45 p.m. in the County Administrator's Executive Conference Room on the 5th floor of the County Administration Building. The estimated length of the session is 30 minutes. The names of all persons expected to attend the meeting are the Orange County Mayor Jerry L. Demings, County Commissioners Nicole Wilson, Christine Moore, Myra Uribe, Maribel Gomez Cordero. Commissioner Bonilla is apparently not able to attend today. Commissioner Michael Scott, County Administrator Byron Brooks, County Attorney Jeffrey Newton, Attorney Greg Stewart, and an official court reporter. At the conclusion of the closed attorney-client executive session, the board will reconvene in the commission chambers. All right, we're still in session. I'm going to ask you all, respect the decorum. Okay, please respect the decorum. We're still in session here. The board is still in session. So if you must leave, quietly do so. Okay, so with that, we'll very quickly reassemble at 2:45 in the 5th floor executive conference room. Okay, all right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Comptroller.
Thank you.